Okay, that works.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the regular Board of Trustees meeting for October 14th, 2025. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karspeck.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy and Trustee Brody are absent this evening.
Thank you, Clerk. All right. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda. I do see someone signed up for Raft, so that would be Debbie. We'll have Raft on the agenda, so can't have you speak right now. Next would be Kelly Seaton. And when I call your name, if you could come to the front to the podium here and just state your name and address. And I will be timing you, so if you could please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
I'll do my best. Kelly Seaton. I reside at 820 Berthoud Peak Drive. I'm just up here today. First, it's a shame that he's not here to thank Mayor Pro Tem Murphy for his recent efforts on working with CDOT here at the intersection of Hayes. I think it's 7th Street, but it's kind of awkward. I'm your friendly neighborhood crossing guard for Thompson School District at the Turner and the Berthoud L crossings. And I'm just here tonight to thank him for those recent efforts and to tell the town that we do have CDOT money coming to help us with this section of town to get slower, and suggestions are coming through. And despite some negative comments online about the left-hand turn light here at 8th and Mountain, I can firmly attest that it's helped our students cross safely with a break in traffic when it can't be there, and it's just slowing down traffic even more. But I'm up here tonight because I want to ask the town and Larimer County Sheriff to try to work together to create a campaign of sorts about speeding in Berthoud. The amount of people leaving the 8th and Mountain intersection and going 45 through my crosswalk while I'm in there with kids happens at least 2 times a week. I have people turning left out of Hayes while there are students in the crosswalk. It is 25 through town. No matter what street you drive on, Mountain, Bunyan, this side, it's all 25 through town. And so I would ask that we create some kind of campaign around that, better signage, flashing signage, maybe even radar would be great. Not telling people how slow they're going because everyone ignores the sign that's going east, but catching, in fact, speeders and assigning tickets, because it is an awful problem. And it doesn't just happen during school zone. I'll be, downtown on a Saturday walking to Berthoud Pizza Co. Same thing will happen to me, just as a citizen. So just asking the town and the Larimer County Sheriff to work together to try to come up with creative ideas around that. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next, we have Sarah Lincoln and Butch Haas. And Butch, I know you guys will be speaking separately, but wanted to come up together, and that's fine. So we'll start off with Sarah.
My name is Sarah Lincoln, and I live at 236 Highway 56, home of Newell Farm Park. We wanted to let you know that we're in favor of the vendor choice that town staff Lauren Roth and Carl Ayers picked to create the Newell Farm Park concept plan. It's on the consent agenda, so we wanted you to know that we're okay with it. The fact that the chosen vendor, Wink, plans to partner with another vendor, Semple Brown, is in our minds fantastic. We're very aware of Semple Brown. They are national experts on amphitheaters and performing arts centers. We like what they've done in Denver and elsewhere. In fact, Butch has performed on several stages that were designed by Semple Brown, and he considers them among the best venues he's played in his 50-year music career. So we look forward to working with them and Wink over the next few months to make Newell Farm Park an awesome arts park. Concerning parks development in general and how to pay for it, we've looked at the 2025 and 2026 numbers provided in tonight's packages, and we've noticed that we've overdrawn the parks development and dedication funds by quite a bit as of the end of August. This begs the question as to how we've been paying for all the good parks, trails, and open space work this year. With the way the numbers are laid out, it's not easy to tell. So before making any decisions in the future weeks about how to pay for parks, trails, and open space in the future years, we recommend that you ask Cindy Leach and Chris and town staff to provide numbers for the past 3 to 5 years as to how we've paid for these things. In other words, get a breakdown of spending. For instance, how much of the funding came from the 1998 and 2019 1% sales tax funds, and how much was funded from other sources, such as the general fund? Knowing how we've paid for these things in the past will help us decide how we want to spend our money in the future. We also want to note that in general the town is under budget for 2025, which is good, and this might allow more funding to be redirected to parks projects in the future. To bottom line this sentiment, the numbers provided are a good start, but they're not complete enough to enable good decisions by you. You need a breakdown of what is spent for parks, trails, and open space over the past 5 years, and this would give you a baseline to start from. This would be good not only for you, but also for others who wonder where the money goes. I've talked about the numbers, now Butch will talk about priorities.
Ready?
Yes, Butch, if you'd also state your name too.
My name is Butch Hawes. I also live at 236 Highway 56. In addition to getting the data needed to make good parks decisions, as Sarah outlined, it'll also be important to decide what criteria you use to prioritize parks projects over the next handful of years. We have a recent community survey that changes our priorities, and yet a lot of good work has already been done on lesser priorities, and we don't want to waste those efforts. As a result, we recommend zippering or dovetailing the old priorities with the new priorities as follows. First, build the Wagner Arboretum, since the construction plans are nearly complete. Next, build an outdoor pool at Wagner Farm Park per the porch recommendation, making 2 changes to address recently expressed concerns. A, build at competition size to satisfy the lap swimmers and the swim team. And B, include infrastructure to be able to install a retractable roof in the future so that it becomes a year-round resource someday. Third, build 4 baseball fields at Richardson, along with the needed infrastructure, leaving space for future fields and maybe a regional water park in the next 10 years when we have the necessary resources. Fourth, build the Newell Farm Park amphitheater and infrastructure, leaving space for the community arts center and other amenities as they become needed. Build these major projects over the next decade while taking care of trail connections, purchasing open space, and finishing up other parks in phases. Again, we understand all this could take some time, and that's okay with us. These are legacy projects that will serve this community for generations to come. As a final note, we've asked many of the town's engaged citizens what they think about using yet another COP to hurry this work along, and their response is a resounding no in every case. Their main sentiment is that amenities are not emergencies. Save your borrowing for critical projects like wastewater treatment, but don't do it for amenities. Amenities are the dessert that comes after a meal of good governance and responsible fiscal policy. Resist the sugar high and instant gratification that borrowing millions brings, and live within the town's means with a pay-as-you-go approach. The wonderful people of this community will thank you for your common sense and your responsible fiscal decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that concludes general public comment. We'll move along now to consent. Just given the number of agenda items tonight and the ones that needed to be here, we have a lot of items under consent. I think they're all very good news, and thank you for library for being in the attendance. Would trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
I would like I removed.
Okay. Any others?
I would like H and, sorry, I'm trying to get my letters right. H and E removed, please.
All right, so we have E, H, and I. Anything else? Is there a motion to approve consent minus items E, H, and I?
Motion to approve consent items minus E, H, and I.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Trustee Wing has moved on consent. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right. Items removed from consent will be considered first. So we'll start with item E, and that's the rebranding project bid award. Is that Trustee Albrecht? Is that yours?
Yes. Yeah, and just real quick, I just wanted to hear from staff maybe on what the thought process was on zeroing down from 19 different bids to this particular company. What stood out about them? Why are we moving forward with this particular organization? Their presentation looks very amazing, but just wanted to hear from you guys and what stood out to staff.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a good question. One of the first things we looked for when we were narrowing down consulting firms was any that had specific experience with community branding. So if your primary experience was corporate or product branding and marketing, but you didn't have any municipal or county or other kind of government related experience, then we kind of put you at the second tier. Then we took those that had specific experience related to government branding and reviewed their proposal, looked at the size of their team, the experience of their team, and their dedicated project managers. Obviously looked at price and the quality of their previous work. The firm that we proposed to you is the second lowest cost firm, so there was one lower, but we felt like their proposal wasn't responsive to our request. It was missing a lot of the information we specifically asked for, and so that lowest bid we pulled out. So this ended up being the second lowest bid. They had government experience. They had a qualified team. We liked their schedule and their kind of proposed scope of work, and we felt like they had some good examples of prior work as well. So that was generally the format of the criteria.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's it.
Good question.
And then let's see here. The 2025 holiday lighting bid award.
Yes, and on that real quick, I just wanted to pull that off just to acknowledge how amazed I am by staff to work with our local businesses, Wildfire Arts, and the Historical Society to put together a really robust Christmas activity this year that's going to be new and hopefully a lasting event. But kudos to staff that takes a lot of legwork and time and effort to coordinate with all these different amazing organizations in our community. So I'm grateful to see this on our agenda. So thank you.
Thank you. That's a great comment. And I'd like to add just also that we have a local contractor too that seemed to make the cut. So that's great. We hang Christmas lights doing it. So you're okay with that, Trustee Albrecht? Okay, we'll move on to I, the oil and gas lease. Trustee Wing?
Yeah, so just on the document, it stated that on the fourth offer that was negotiated, the $500,000, and then it states that the town will not receive any royalty payments for this acreage. I had a little disconnect there. If you could just.
Yeah, so BCFP Capital approached the town. Oh, sorry. So BCFP Capital approached the town to purchase the mineral interests underlying the property. So this deal that we ended up on was for 50% of the mineral interest. So the town will receive royalty payments for the 50% that it retained, but it will not receive royalty payments for the remaining 50%. So this contract discusses that, and it also reserves surface use rights. So BCFP Capital will not have the right to drill on the surface of the property.
So down the road, we could negotiate for the other half for mineral rights. if we
Yep,
chose. Okay,
yep, yeah, we
great.
can do
That's
whatever. Yeah.
Perfect answer.
And
Thank you.
any royalty payments you'll receive.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
Well done. Okay, and we're okay with that? All right, is there a motion to approve consent items E, H, and I?
Motion to approve E, H, and I consent items.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Trustee Wing has moved on this, and Trustee Hardy has seconded E, H, and I. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right, consent has been approved. Let's move on to our first public hearing tonight. This is a review of neighborhood master plan and zoning. We have Ton, our planning manager, here to present on this. And Ton, this is a public hearing, and Ton will give an update on how this works. Thank you all for coming out tonight.
Well, good evening, Mayor and trustees. Ton Hillenbrand, again, Planning Manager.
So before we jump into tonight's item, the first slide here I'm going to share with you is the procedures for a land division. And so this is just a helpful slide for those joining us this evening who may not be as familiar with this process. And so this will go over the steps in a standard land division with the town of Berthoud. So as you see first, the step one, which is where we are at with this first item, or the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and rezone. This would be the change of zone and neighborhood master plan, which is a typical 4 to 6 month process. So following tonight's Town Board of Trustees hearing, should the trustees approve the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and rezone, the applicant will have the opportunity then to move into step number 2, which is preliminary plat. Preliminary plat is an opportunity to really start to look at the details that make up the development. So everything from infrastructure to parks and open space, connectivity will be addressed at preliminary plat, or primarily. So what we do is we collect 80% construction or development plans at preliminary plat. And that's when we start to involve traffic impact studies at a larger scale, potentially geotechnical reports, more of your technical drainage reports. So that will come with preliminary plat, and it goes through a substantial review, and thus it takes 12 to 18 months to complete the preliminary plat process. Preliminary plat eventually goes to Planning Commission and the Town Board of Trustees for approval, and if approved by the Town Board of Trustees, it then moves into step 3, which is the final plat process. This also includes what's called a development agreement, and that is getting into simply that, the agreement between the town and the developer on those public improvements. And the final plat process can take anywhere from 8 to 12 months to complete. Following that would be step 4, and that would be the pre-construction inspections, development agreement adherence, and then inspections, and that's for those public improvements. So your major infrastructure, anything from roads to water, all that goes in at that pre-construction and looking at that, and then building permits. Once they complete pre-construction, that's when they can apply for actual building permits. So as you see on this slide, the land division process takes a pretty substantial amount of time to complete, and we are only in step 1 for Revere. So to reiterate, at preliminary plat, we would start to really get into the details of how this project will work and how it will be meeting those specific requirements of the development code. So the neighborhood master plan is truly a concept. So I will now introduce you to the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and rezone. So the currently undeveloped 38-acre property is located at the northwest corner State Highway 287 and West County Road 8, also known as Mountain Avenue. The subject property is currently zoned PUD, or Planned Unit Development, and is envisioned as suburban business and suburban residential on the future land use map. Sorry about that. The applicant, again, is proposing 2 requests: Neighborhood Master Plan and rezone. As mentioned, the subject property is currently zoned PUD. According to project records, the property appears to have been zoned PUD in June of 2006 as part of the approved Revere Mixed-Use PUD Overall Development Plan, or what is known as an ODP, which proposed both commercial and residential uses. Shortly after the ODP approval, it appears that the town received a preliminary plat application for the development, renaming the project to Berthoud Parkway Plaza. However, it appears that the Berthoud Parkway Plaza project never advanced, and the preliminary plat and FDP were never approved. The prior PUD process typically set development standards at that FDP stage, which was very similar to what we now call a neighborhood master plan. This is the second application for the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and rezone. The first application was received in late 2023 and was denied by the Town Board of Trustees at their hearing on June 11, 2024, based on the rationale that the proposal did not meet the Neighborhood Master Plan review criteria. This current application includes a number of changes from the previous application, with the most significant changes being the current project proposes 81 total detached single-family residential lots with 3 different lot types, differing sizes of 3,825 square feet, 6,600 square feet, and 8,900 square feet. The previous application proposed 100 detached single-family lots with 2 lot sizes at 3,825 square feet and the 6,600 square feet. The current project proposes approximately 5.44 acres of commercial property, while the previous proposal included 3.7 acres. The current project proposes approximately 11.06 acres of open space, including a 50-foot landscaped buffer between the northernmost residential lot lines and the neighboring property line. The previous application proposed an approximate 10.5 acres of open space and a similar buffer. However, the previous application included a public trail within that buffer. The trail is no longer proposed. The Neighborhood Master Plan is a conceptual design of the development required with a rezoning or major subdivision application that depicts the applicant's vision for the overall development, including zoning, transportation, pedestrian networks, parks, open space, subdivision identity standards, and other amenities. The Neighborhood Master Plan is a binding on a development, and all future platting and zoning actions must follow the approved plan or apply for an amendment of said plan. The Revere Neighborhood Master Plan proposes commercial development along the southern portion of the site adjacent to County Road 8 or Mountain Avenue, with smaller single-family residential lots along the center of the subject property, transitioning into larger single-family residential lots along the northern portion of the subject property. So Section 30-6-106 of the Municipal Code states that a neighborhood master plan must consist of specific elements, as mentioned just a moment ago, including but not limited to zoning, transportation, open space, and parks. Through staff and referral agency review, it was found that the neighborhood master plan contains the required elements. Section 6 of the Town Development Code states that the town shall use the following review criteria, as seen in your packet and on the screen, in addition to other applicable provisions of the code to evaluate the project. In order to approve a neighborhood master plan, the criteria must be met. Planning Commission find that the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan request meets the review criteria. So as already noted, the subject property is currently zoned PUD, which was approved in August of 2006 as part of the approved Revere Mixed-Use PUD Overall Development Plan, which proposed both commercial and residential uses. If the subject property were to remain zoned PUD, the approved ODP, or Overall Development Plan, would remain in effect and would be applicable to the subject property. However, the PUD process has been phased out by the town of Berthoud and is no longer a preferred zone district. Therefore, rather than continuing through the now removed PUD process, staff has recommended the applicant rezone the property to a current zone district. The applicant has requested to rezone the property from PUD to SC, suburban commercial, along the lower 1/3 portion of the subject property, and SR, suburban residential, for the remaining 2/3 of the subject property. The proposed commercial areas would be focused in the SC zoned areas, while the single-family residential uses would be focused in the SR zoned areas. This request is consistent with the future land use map contained in the comprehensive plan. Rezoning is addressed through an official zoning map amendment. Section 3 of the Development Code states that for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development within the town, the zoning map shall not be amended except when it addresses one or more of the criteria provided in your packet and on the screen. Planning Commission find that the proposed rezoning meets the review criteria. So in conclusion, the Planning Commission heard the request for approval of the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and Rezone at their August 28, 2025 public meeting and provide the following recommendations. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to send their recommendation for approval of the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan to the Town Board of Trustees with 2 conditions, as listed on the screen and in your staff report. Additionally, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to send their recommendation for approval to the Town Board of Trustees of the rezone request to rezone from PUD, Planned Unit Development, to SC, Suburban Commercial, and SR, Suburban Residential. And with that, I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? Mr. Wynn?
So the last time this was presented, the planning commission and staff recommended we move forward. Board said no. Do you know why? Planning commission and staff said that all the criteria was met.
That's correct.
Trustees felt that it wasn't. Can you explain what the difference was?
So my recollection is that through the hearing process, you all deliberated and looked through the review criteria, and if I'm not mistaken, had read through each of the review criteria as expected, and had found that a number of those items or those criteria had not been met. So my recollection, it was not just one, it was multiple review criteria.
The second part of my question is, it looks like the lots furthest to the north that are adjacent to the 2 and 3 acre, 1, 2 and 3 acre lots of the adjacent neighborhood have been made larger, which was one of the concerns. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the second part is, there was a feeling that there was not a large enough percentage of commercial space on this property, and that was also increased. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Hardy.
Do you have a graphic comparing the PUD to the current request? 'Cause that would show the amount of commercial change and residential change to the current request.
I do have a slide that I believe shows, yes, here's the overall development plan, and it is not easy to read in this regard. Unfortunately, I don't have one comparing the two side by side.
Remember, it flip-flopped. We're doing about a third commercial now and 2/3 residential, where in the original plan it was more, the majority is more business and less residential.
Yeah, the previous, and I know the applicant is here, and I know they can give you more of a solid. So this slide here compares the two. So on your left is the previous 2023 and then the current 2025. So you do see, yes, that there was a slight increase.
That's not what I'm asking about.
Okay.
The PUD showed less residential by far and more commercial.
I believe the
was a
PUD or
slide
the
that
overall
showed
development
some over-
plan proposed 100 residential units, if I am not mistaken, from my recollection. Yeah.
So there was a slide in there that showed the original PUD with a little bit of yellow for residential. One of these slides. It was just too small, just wondering if.
You mind going back even farther?
Oh, okay.
Right there.
You're referring to the comp plan.
Yep.
The future
Right.
land use map, yes. So the future land use map shows that upper portion is that smaller portion of residential and more commercial. However, it's important to keep in mind that the comp plan, the future land use map, is a guiding document.
Correct.
And is not, unlike zoning, which is codified, there is an ability to modify those lines, and that a proposal does not have to be exact to the lines that are drawn within the future land use map.
I understand.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point out that the vision is that it's mostly commercial and not heavily residential.
Yes.
Trustee
Is the applicant and developer the same as the first time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Correct.
Anything else for Manager Hillenbrand right now?
Yes.
All right.
Reading through some of the public comment by email, a couple of residents had a concern about the number of houses per acre. And if I'm correct, their comment was that if you take the overall land of the entire property, then the number of houses per acre fits within the correct percentages. Can't remember what they are off the top of my head. 2.7 or 6, I think, randomly in my head. Does the code require that the number of houses be decided by the whole property or by the residential section?
Great question. So per the development code, it is gross area. So it's the entire Revere acreage, not just that portion that is dedicated to residential. So it's the overall. And I do believe that the applicant is going to provide some information that will be helpful on clarifying some of the density questions. Yeah.
Could you please also clarify the Planning Commission, the recommendation number 1? Can I assume that it's that sort of triangle in the southwest corner that they're discussing for annexation?
Yes. So the condition number 1 was a condition actually recommended by staff, and it pertains to requiring an annexation of the adjacent road on Mountain that is not currently annexed. So there is a small, yes, the triangle is correct, just south of that from County Road 19 to the east, and that edge, that eastern portion of the point of that triangle is not currently annexed within the town, and so it's actually under Larimer County jurisdiction, maintenance, what have you, and I do believe we have a maintenance agreement. But Larimer County, through the review of not only this application but the previous Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and Rezone, asked that due to this development, if we would require the applicant to go ahead and finish annexing out the rest of that right away, being that it's going to trigger some obvious improvements. And so we agreed that yes, that would be rightful. The applicant has acknowledged that they are happy to do that, and they do intend to do that with the next application or next submittal. And it's just to clean things up, to get that portion of Mountain Avenue to County Road 19 completely within the town, and then that portion of 19. So it's just that consistent maintenance and all that wonderful stuff.
Great, thank you. And my final question for now is, looking at these two pictures, the 2023 and the 2025, could you ballpark, if it is at all different, the size of the buffer on the north end?
The applicant will certainly clarify, but I don't believe the buffer changed in size or width.
Okay.
I know the big component there is that there was a lot of discussion and concern related to that trail that went through the buffer, and that I believe is the main and the primary change.
So there was concern about having a trail there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions or no? All right, thank you very much. We got applicant present. Welcome.
And if they don't work, if you just come over here. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Kristen Turner, and I'm with TB Group. And I wanted to start by introducing our team here tonight. We do have Jeff Mark with the Landis Company. We have Angela High with Brownstein, Stephanie Thomas with EPS Engineering, and Ruth Rollins with Rollins Consult, our traffic engineer. Not everyone on this slide will be speaking as part of the presentation tonight, but we will be available for questions. And we appreciate the time tonight to be able to share our vision for the project and answer any questions that you might have. All right, so this slide is intended to show you the location of the rear site, generally sitting on the northwest corner of 287 and County Road 8. It currently has PUD zoning, and we are here tonight to request your recommendation of approval of two things, the first being a neighborhood master plan, and the second being rezoning from PUD to SR suburban residential and SC suburban commercial zoning. We'll describe how the neighborhood master plan and rezoning meet the criteria for approval and are consistent with the comp plan. All right, so to give you a little bit of history for the site for anyone who may not have been here, we did make an initial application for a neighborhood master plan and rezoning in July of 2023. In April of 2024, the Planning Commission considered the applications and recommended unanimous approval. In June of 2024, the Town Board considered the application and denied the project. Based on the feedback we heard from the community and the board, we revised and resubmitted in December of 2024. Since that time, we have been working with staff to ensure the application meets all of the criteria for approval. In August of 2025, we took this new plan back to Planning Commission, and they considered the revised application and again recommended unanimous approval. All right. So let's take a look at the plan and get into some of the details here. In general, there was a decrease in residential and an increase in the commercial as much as we possibly could. So you'll notice that we're proposing commercial along County Road 8, which is the corridor where you're going to want to have your commercial development. And then we're proposing single-family detached residential north of that, adjacent to the existing residential community. The property is approximately 38 acres, and we're proposing 81 lots. This is a reduction from 100 lots previously, or a 19% reduction. We've specifically located the largest lots along the northern property boundary. We've got about 5.4 acres of commercial, which is an increase from 3.7 acres in our previous application, and this commercial is located along County Road 8. We're proposing a mix of single-family detached. You'll notice that we have significant buffering all the way around this property. We have 2 centrally located park spaces. Right in the middle there, you'll see one that's more of an active park and one that's more of a passive park. And we'll talk about those a little bit more in a minute. We are showing a regional trail connection. This is running along the east side of the property in conformance with your port plan. And we also have a pretty robust neighborhood trail network that is planned for this community. This mix of residential and commercial is in conformance with the comp plan, and based on our traffic study, represents the maximum amount of commercial that can be developed on site without exceeding the maximum capacity of County Road 8 and Highway 287. Water and sewer capacity have also been confirmed for the site, and stormwater systems will be constructed on site during development to manage runoff and ensure compliance. Oh, you might be stuck, Ton. Did I click into a box?
Yeah, I don't know what it does when you click over here. Sometimes it will get weird.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So a few more details on this application. There are 2 product types that are required for a development this size, and there are 2 that are provided. You'll see that we actually have 3 differently colored boxes for the different lot sizes. So we are proposing 3 different lot sizes that are unique, but 2 of them fall into the same category of your code. So we meet the criteria for the 2 product types, but you'll actually see 3 different lot sizes out there. There are 5 site ID elements that are required and 5 that are provided. These include an enhanced entryway, trails, usable open space, a pollinator garden, and buffer areas. Okay, so this is one of my favorite slides because this is the good stuff of any plan. So something we have been really deliberate about throughout this process of design is designing the site with significant public benefits in terms of parks, trails, and open space. So you'll notice we have about 1.1 miles of regional and neighborhood trails on this plan, and we have an additional 1.9 miles of detached walks. So all the green lines that you see on there is the detached walk system through the community. That cyan dashed line on the east side, that's our regional trail connection. And then the magenta and orange lines that you see that kind of weave throughout the property, connecting north to south and east to west, those are the proposed neighborhood trail connections. The park requirement for this site is 1 acre, but we're providing 1.25 acres of park space. The open space required for this development is 3.83 acres, while we're providing 11.06 acres, so significantly more open space than required. The parks and open space areas combined represents about 38.9% of the site, so just under 40% of this development is park and open space, which is a significant public benefit. All right. So if we zoom in and talk about the parks a little bit more, you'll notice the larger kind of oval-shaped park on the west side. That is planned as our more active park. So this would include components like a play structure, shade structures, seating areas, gathering areas, some turf to be able to play. And then you'll see across the street from that a little bit smaller area. That is our green space area. So it's intended to be more passive with seating and planting, but a little bit quieter area. When we have the opportunity on any plan to provide different feels for these different park spaces and open space areas, we certainly try to do that so that residents have opportunities to kind of use the open space that makes the most sense for them. Up in that northwest corner, you'll also see that's where we've planned a pollinator garden with sort of a trail network that runs through it as well. And again, so the parks and open space on this plan represents more than 38% of the site total. All right, so to compare the two plans, and I know you guys have already had some questions about this, so we'll get into a little bit more detail. On the left, you'll see the previous plan. It is grayed back, but I've highlighted the areas where you're primarily going to see change. And on the right, you'll see the proposed plan. Again, those areas are highlighted in yellow. So overall, there is a reduction of lot count from 100 to 81 lots. Again, this is a 19% reduction in density. We have located the largest lots along the northern property boundary, and we have also reduced the number of lots along the northern property boundary from 18 to 13. We have maximized the commercial development from 3.7 previously to 5.4 acres. So if you look on the left-hand side, the lower yellow bubble, those lots, you'll notice when you compare it to the right-hand side, have been removed. So we've pulled that commercial all the way up to the southernmost east-west road in the development. We have also removed the trail that previously ran along the northern property boundary. This was specifically in request from those neighbors that back to that property line that wanted to make sure that there was just less access for the community to be near their backyards. So that has been removed, and we have relocated trail systems interior to the development. We've done a significant amount of engineering and analysis to determine how to increase the commercial, and this plan represents the maxed out scenario based on the maximum capacity of the CDOT infrastructure, and we will be providing some more information on that here in just a minute. So we also wanted to talk a little bit about density. An important piece of feedback that we heard was that the density of the neighborhood should be compatible with the neighborhood to the north. To respond to the feedback, the project proposes a density lower than any of the applicable residential zone districts for this land use per the comp plan. So the SR zone district allows for, let me say that differently. The SR land type in the comprehensive plan has a list of potential zone districts that are applicable. Those include R1, R2, SR, R3, and R4. Those are all permitted for anything on your comp plan that shows that yellow SR land type. The table depicts the maximum densities for each of the applicable zone districts, and these range from 8 units to the acre to 24 units to the acre, with SR landing at 17 units to the acre. However, this neighborhood master plan is proposing only 2.8 acres to the unit. Or units to the acre, excuse me. It is important to note, and this came up earlier, so the code defines how we calculate density, and it is based on gross acreage. We actually calculated this density that is shown on our application and on the screen, 2.8, based on the SR acreage only. So if we were to calculate the acreage per the code and to be consistent with every other project in Berthoud, it would actually be lower than the 2.8. But we're trying to show you how low this density is if we even use only that smaller portion of the site to calculate the density. All right, so we're looking at your comp plan now. The project is, as proposed, is compatible with the comprehensive plan. The future land use map designates this property as suburban business and suburban residential. The neighborhood master plan and zoning proposes suburban commercial, which is the associated zone district with the land type suburban business in your comp plan, and suburban residential, and are therefore consistent with your comp plan. Guiding principles for SR zone district is that they are intended to provide for neighborhoods with primarily single-family detached, single-family attached, and affordable housing options. They are also supposed to feature low to moderate density. The neighborhood master plan and the SR zoning are compatible with this area type because they allow for only single-family detached housing. The guiding principle for suburban business is that they are envisioned as a vibrant, walkable commercial district with opportunities for shopping, eating, employment, and other services. The commercial areas in the neighborhood master plan and requested SC zoning are compatible with this area type because they allow for commercial uses. All right, so this is our zoning map. It's always hard to see these technical maps up on the screen, but hopefully you have a more zoomed in version. As you know, our zoning is currently PUD zoning, and the town does prefer properties with older PUD zoning to rezone to straight zoning. Most of these old PUD zone documents have little to no information on them other than stating that they're PUD zoning, and so it makes it really challenging to apply the appropriate criteria to review against when initial application is made. So we are typically requested to rezone to straight zoning so that it's very straightforward, the criteria that's being used to evaluate an application. The proposed zone districts, SR and SC, are based on and match the comprehensive plan. Please note that the place type in the comprehensive plan for the commercial area is called suburban business, while the corresponding zoning in the code is called suburban commercial. So that is why you'll hear both of these terms in this presentation. All right. So in April of this year, the board adopted the 2025 Berthoud Housing Diversity Plan. The community surveys that information that informed this plan clearly highlights the need for more housing overall, and especially for smaller houses. The data speaks for itself. 39% reported that finding housing was difficult or very difficult, and 44% people knew someone struggling to find housing. Community members voiced concerns about lack of smaller, more affordable homes and the lack of the ability to downsize as part of this report. The neighborhood master plan responds directly to those concerns. It strikes a thoughtful balance between the compatibility of the larger homes in the surrounding neighborhood and alignment with the housing diversity plan by introducing smaller lots and more modestly sized home. It reflects what the community's asked for, which is more housing options, smaller homes, and a path towards greater affordability. So as mentioned, in 2007, an ODP was approved for the property, which allowed for 100 residential units. Although the development of the property was delayed, the current proposal is consistent with what has been envisioned for this property for nearly 20 years. Additional feedback that we received was regarding the adequate buffering between this development and the existing neighborhoods. So this slide is really intended to show you some of the dimensions, depicting the dimensions from the closest point of any existing home to the rear setback line, which is the farthest portion that could potentially be developed to. It doesn't necessarily mean something will be built all the way to that line, but we wanted to maximize where potential development could happen within the proposed lots. So you'll see this ranges from 110 feet for the closest distance up to 890 feet. So really significant buffering that's being provided to these adjacent homes. All right, and with that, I'm going to turn this over to Ruth Rollins, our traffic engineer. She's going to provide some more information on the traffic impacts that were analyzed and how we readjusted the commercial that's being proposed.
I'll just put this down here, just in case. And how do I forward? Just on the screen, touch that. Okay. Good evening. My name's Ruth Rollins, and I'm with Rollins Consult. I'm going to start off just with the guidance and the governing documents that we use to do transportation impact studies. We use the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual to determine how many trips are associated with commercial, how many trips are associated with residential. So that's a document that's used across the country. We also use the Highway Capacity Manual, which is a federal document, and it helps us to determine how an intersection is going to operate. So that's a guiding principle that all traffic engineers use. The Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, once again, a federal document that gives us guidance on signing and striping and crosswalk location. Once we get down into details, it also helps us determine whether or not a signal is warranted or not warranted, if an intersection should be stop controlled. So that's the document that we use for that. And then the Larimer County Urban Area Street Standards is a document that the town uses to help evaluate intersection operations, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. We also, in this case, because 287 and Mountain Avenue are state highways, we use the State Highway Access Code also as a guiding document in this, as far as transition lanes and also, once again, level of service criteria. So all of those documents went into the transportation study that was prepared for this project. Oh. Okay. There we go. Okay. I was touching the screen. Oh gosh. I'm going to have to look up here to read this. So I just want to go over the Neighborhood Master Transportation Study and the guidance that the town provides on how we do that overall study. So the first thing we do is we look at existing conditions. What's happening on these roads today? And we do a level of service analysis using all the documents that I previously mentioned to you. The next thing that we do long-range conditions for the neighborhood master plan. So we look 20 years in the future. We take growth that's going to happen overall in the area, and we add any other known projects. So, for example, in this study, we've got Legacy Park. We've got Gateway across the street. I even went down to Trails at Creekview and added traffic from that. So anything that we knew in the area, I added that traffic into what's going to happen in the future without this project. So background is without the project. And then we look at the project traffic, and that's where we go into trip generation characteristics. And that's that ITE trip generation manual, and look at how many trips a single family home generates daily, during the morning peak hours, during the evening peak hours, and we do the same thing for the commercial. So we look at that trip generation, we distribute that onto the roadway system, and then that's how we get total traffic conditions. So those are the steps that we go through in a transportation impact study for a neighborhood master plan. So the trip generation characteristics of what was proposed before are shown up here. The initial plan generated around 4,000 daily trips, and the current plan is around 5,000. The commercial that I assumed for this at an FAR of 0.20, and that's a pretty standard Florida area ratio that we use, went from about 32,000 square feet up to 45,000 square feet. And the one really key important thing to remember in this is the first step as far as how much commercial, because that's some guidance that we were asked last time we were before you, is can we get any more commercial out of this property? What's controlling that commercial is the intersection of Mountain Avenue at US 287. So I maxed out that intersection. So it's a 4-lane road in the north-south direction. And I'll just go to that slide. Oh, well, I just said that. So I'll go to the next slide. So in the north-south direction, US 287 is a 4-lane facility, 2 lanes northbound, 2 lanes southbound. We would have, in the long-range future, dual left turn lanes in both the north and southbound direction. We also added dual east and westbound turn lanes and an additional through lane east and west. So that's the most that we could get out of this intersection. We also have right turn lanes on 3 of those quadrants of the intersection. So in talking to CDOT, in talking to the town, that is the biggest intersection that we can get, especially considering that 287 is carrying, in the future, is projected to carry a lot of traffic. And so it's not going to get any wider. So that's really one of the controlling features in this. So I started with this type of intersection and maxed it out, and then looked at how we would bring down some of the residential and max out the commercial. And that's why we ended up with about the 45,000 square feet of commercial and the 81 single family homes. So that's how I went through that analysis, and I maxed it out. CDOT, they desire to keep the level of service at a level of service D, and so that's the most that we could do. If we wanted the intersection to fail, then we could add more commercial, but then CDOT would not give this project an access permit. So they have control on the access permit for this property, and they will not approve something beyond what I've shown in this study. I had numerous conversations with them going back and forth on this. So, gosh, I'm used to a touch screen. So currently the study intersections are operating at an acceptable level of service. And I should mention here that there are moments in time when you'll see long queues out there and traffic stacked up, but we look at over an hour time period. So if you sat out at that intersection for an hour in the evening rush hour, you'd see some queuing, but then eventually you'd see that clear out. And so this is looking at a peak hour, not a peak moment in time. The study intersections in the long-range future are also, once again, projected to operate at an acceptable level of service, and that's level of service D or better. And I really pushed the D. I almost went into an E, and that's when I had to stop with the commercial. And once again, this is really controlled by CDOT. They have to issue this project an access permit. They have full control over that. So I think that is it for me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting there. I drank a bunch of water, so hopefully my voice will be a little bit better for these last few slides. So really, we just wanted to share with you the highlights that we see of this project. This project aligns with your comprehensive plan. It provides an appropriate transition between the residential and the commercial. We're offering significant public benefit through parks, trails, and open space. That 38% is, you just don't see that on very many projects at all. So it's something we think is really special about this proposed development. We've addressed the traffic concerns with a balanced land use mix. This is responding to community feedback and is adaptable moving forward. And at that, I'm going to wrap up my portion of the presentation and introduce our land use attorney, Angela High, to describe how this application meets the criteria for approval. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, trustees, town staff, and members of the public. My name is Angela High. I'm with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, and I am land use counsel to the applicant. You just heard from Kristen Turner and from Ruth Rollins all of the elements of the neighborhood master plan and the rezoning. And of the traffic study as well. And so what I'm here to do is to put that all together in a way that is relevant to all of the criteria that are set forth in your code for approval of these two applications. So what I'm going to do is walk through each of these criteria that are set forth in the development code and describe how these are met by these applications, starting with the neighborhood master plan. So what is on your screen right now are the 5 criteria for approval of a neighborhood master plan. And we're going to start with the first one, which is about the consistency of the Revere plan with the zoning of the site and with the comprehensive plan. And as you know, the application for the neighborhood master plan has been developed in tandem with the application for the zoning, so those go hand in hand and are consistent with one another. With respect to the comprehensive plan, as Kristen has discussed, this site is designated as a mix of suburban residential and suburban business. And it bears repeating what your comprehensive plan has to say about this site, because it has informed how the residential and the commercial have been planned for this site. So for the suburban residential, what the comp plan says is that what is envisioned is single family detached and attached homes. And single family detached is exactly what is proposed here. It also is envisioning low to moderate density in this area. And as you heard from Kristen, the density for this site for the residential only is at 2.8, which is significantly lower than the 17 that would be permitted for this product type in the suburban residential zoning, which is what we selected for this site, and is even lower than the most restrictive zone district that would be permitted for this site, consistently with the comprehensive plan, which would be R1 and would allow a maximum of 8 dwelling units per acre. And it also bears repeating that this 2.8 considers only the acreage for the residential portion of the site only, and would be lower if we were to consider the commercial portion. So in this way, the applicant has responded to that vision in the comprehensive plan to provide that the lower side of the low to medium density and the product type that is envisioned for the site. For the suburban business portion, the guiding principle in your comprehensive plan is to create a vibrant, walkable commercial area with a variety of commercial uses. And again, that's what is proposed with the suburban commercial zoning and with the 5.4 acres at the southern portion of the site. And as Ruth Rollins explained, this is the maximum amount of commercial that can be developed on the site. We acknowledge that the way that this has been represented in the comprehensive plan might indicate a different ratio of commercial to residential, and this is what we heard. And so we proposed up to that maximum that is permitted by CDOT. This is not something that is within the control of the applicant, and is also not something that is within the control of the town. It is set by CDOT, and that cannot be exceeded. So although the vision may indicate a greater proportion of commercial, the comprehensive plan doesn't really reflect the engineering realities of the site, because when it was developed, all those engineering studies and those traffic studies hadn't been done. Now that they have been done, we've been able to propose to you the plan that acknowledges those engineering realities and is consistent with the comprehensive plan in this way. So the purpose here is to achieve a really thoughtful balance that respects the engineering of the site and to be consistent with the comp plan. And this is how criterion 1 is met. Criterion number 2 asks whether the proposed plan, the Revere plan, functions as a system of land use and aligns with Berthoud's guiding documents, including the port plan. We've already discussed how it aligns with the comprehensive plan, and that's one of the ways in which it represents a functional system of land use, but it also supports the goals of the port plan. And Kristen described in detail all of the public benefits of this site that contribute to that consistency with that port plan, which include those 2 parks. The 38.9% open space on the site, which is greatly in excess of what is required under your code. The 1.1 miles of trails, and while the port plan does envision a complete trail system in the area, this project and building these the trail on this site represents real meaningful progress towards the eventual build out of that full trail system. The neighborhood master plan also represents a functional system of land use because it respects the traffic limitations of US 287, as Ruth Rollins explained, and it also advances the goals of the housing diversity plan that this board adopted just last April. All of the quotes that were included on the screen that Kristen showed are actual quotes from the plan. So all of those numbers, all of those survey responses, those were responses that were included in and informed the recommendations, the goals, and the visions of the plan. And what the call was for smaller lots so that older residents could downsize and young professionals could find housing that is more attainable at attainable price points. And that is what this project is working to achieve in having smaller lots that are closer to the closer to the commercial area, and increasing in size as the development gets closer to the existing residential development to the north. So creating that feathering that was asked for the site that would be a balance between compatibility with the neighborhood to the north and also answering the call of the housing diversity plan to ensure that there's a diversity of housing types in Berthoud. So in this way, criterion 2 is met. Criterion number 3 is about whether the design is adequate and functional given the existing and planned capacities of the infrastructure in the area. And that infrastructure includes the transportation system, that includes the trail system, that includes open space, pedestrian connectivity, utilities, and I'm going to talk about all of those things. So with respect to traffic, Ruth Rollins has already done the legwork in describing to you in the traffic study how the development, including that maximum amount of commercial, can be accommodated at adequate levels of service on US 287 and County Road 8. With respect to open space, I don't think I need to repeat all of those numbers, but as you know, it greatly exceeds what is required by your code. The same with the pedestrian connectivity, almost 2 miles of sidewalks and over 1 mile of regional trails to enhance that walkability, to link those residential areas with the commercial areas so that all of the neighborhoods are able to experience this as a really walkable, vibrant area. And regarding the utilities, as Kristen already mentioned, water and sewer capacity have been already confirmed for the site. And stormwater improvements are also going to be implemented to ensure compliance with standards and to ensure proper drainage on the site as well. So the infrastructure and design elements of this plan are thoughtfully planned out. They meet the code requirements, and this criterion is met. The 4th criterion. All right, this is an important one. They're all important. This is an important one. So this is the focus of this criterion is on how the project addresses potential negative impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. It doesn't really address any negative impacts on the property itself, although the Revere Plan has been designed to mitigate any negative impacts on its own site. But this criterion is about the adjacent land uses. And throughout this process, from the first application through the subsequent through this current application that is before you, the applicant has included a variety of elements that are intended to reduce those negative impacts, including those that are in response to the feedback that we heard at the neighborhood meeting that we held, at the Planning Commission hearings, and at the prior Board of Trustees hearing. So first, increased lot size. One of the changes that was made from the prior application was to increase the size of those lots to the north of the site to enhance the compatibility with the neighborhood to the north. And compatibility does not necessarily mean the same as, but it does imply that there should be some transition between the two. And so that's why those lots have been increased while still maintaining that smaller lot size in the more interior lots that the housing diversity plan calls for. Secondly, reducing the density. One of the pieces of feedback we heard was that the site was a little too dense with 100 lots. So 81 lots are now proposed on this site in order to create the a neighborhood that is more compatible with the lower density of the existing neighborhoods to the north, while still maintaining all of those elements that are in support of your plans. The third one is with respect to that buffer at the north of the site. So what is proposed at the north of the Revere plan is single-family detached, which is the same use that already exists to the north of the site, single-family detached. And because those two uses are the same, no buffer is required under your code. However, the Revere plan proposes a 50-foot buffer between the northern lots and the existing neighborhood to the north. And this has the effect of increasing privacy, of decreasing noise, and essentially of addressing some of the issues and concerns that we heard. Fourth, the trail was removed from that area while still maintaining 1.1 miles of trails on the site and maintaining compatibility with the regional trail plan that's included within the port plan. So Kristen and town staff have already mentioned that there was a trail that was proposed up there, but to increase privacy and quiet, that was removed. And also at the Planning Commission hearing most recently, the applicant has committed and remains committed to working closely with the neighbors to the north at the time of landscaping to come to a mutually agreeable landscaping plan that will enhance the privacy, that will enhance the quiet, and that will create that really thoughtful transition between those two developments. And finally, the elements of the site have also been incorporated, including the water, the sewer, the stormwater, lots of infrastructure and utility components that have been included in order to ensure that there are no negative impacts on surrounding properties. So in this way, criterion 4 has also been met based on the applicant's responses to all of the feedback we have heard and to what we have learned from the adopted plans. All right. Last criterion. So this criterion focuses on the need in the community. And where you have communicated your needs to us most clearly has been in the adopted plans. Your comprehensive plan, the port plan, the housing diversity plan, and the mountain overlay district plan as well, which also envisions the development of this site consistently with what the applicant has proposed. So what the comprehensive plan has indicated are the needs at this site are a mix of suburban residential and suburban business. That is exactly what this neighborhood master plan proposes. What has been requested of the applicant at these hearings and by the neighborhood at the neighborhood meeting has also been an increase in commercial. And that's why we went back to the drawing board, had a lot of conversations with CDOT, determined exactly how much commercial could be done on this site, and proposed that plan. The needs of the housing diversity plan, and one of those quotes is up here. We also worked with those in mind, which is calling for greater diversity of housing, including those smaller lots that provide attainable options for young professionals, families, and for elder residents. So, in summary, this project is not only desirable, it's necessary according to the guidance that we saw in your adopted plans. And in this way, criterion 5 is met. So those are the 5 criteria for a neighborhood master plan, but there are 2 applications that are before you this evening, and the other is the rezoning. And as town staff has already mentioned, although there are 5 criteria in your code for approval of a rezoning, only one of them needs to be met in order to affect a rezoning. And that one criterion, as town staff has already explained, is to rezone because of changed or changing conditions. And what that changed or changing condition is a move away from PUD zoning and a move towards the zone districts in the code that provide a more structured approach to future development. And that is exactly what has been proposed here, is a rezoning to the zone districts that are compatible with what is shown in the comprehensive plan. In conclusion, this application meets all of the criteria in your code for approval of a neighborhood master plan and for approval of a rezoning. We agree with staff's findings in the staff report that all of these criteria are met, and we also agree with the unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. We respectfully request that you approve the applications, and we will be available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Trustees, questions?
Okay.
Trustee Wynn?
I don't know who I'm addressing my question to.
We have one of the applicants up. Is it an applicant question or maybe a staff question?
They're not staff. If you want to stay seated, I'm okay, but.
Well, if there are questions, then I need to answer them. If you could come, Kristen, just because we need the microphone. Thank you.
Are these custom homes?
We don't have a builder lined up for these yet.
Okay. Is it a metro district?
I don't believe there is a metro district. Is that correct?
Not at this point.
Is there any concern with the homes that are adjacent, so their front of their houses would be looking at the back of the commercial? Any concern with that?
No,
You know what
because
I'm
we
talking
haven't.
about, right?
I do.
Right,
Yes.
Can you pull up the map of the neighborhood? Just it'll be easy to see based on my question. Anyway, yeah, perfect. Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah, so we have not, oops, let's see, there we go. We have not designed the commercial yet, and so all of that will come into consideration when we get to that point, if this were to be approved and to move forward. The commercial on its own would be a separate application that would come forward through the town, and we just don't know what it'll look like yet. So there will either be appropriate screening and buffering, or it could be that it's designed in a manner that you have some of the fronts of those commercial facing the fronts of the residential homes, depending on the type of commercial. You know, if it's a smaller type coffee shop type thing, like, you can create this really cute interface between homes and commercial as well. So it's just something like that will certainly be a component that we need to take into consideration in the future, but without having users and a design for the commercial yet, it's not something that's incorporated into a neighborhood master plan.
Okay. The road that comes into the neighborhood and splits the commercial and then goes through the green area. Do you see the road I'm talking about?
Mhm.
What's the point of that road?
That is the primary access from County Road 8.
So after the commercial, when you go into the green area,
Mm-hmm.
there's no houses on it. You have road going all the way around. If you didn't have that road, it'd all be green area. So I'm just wondering, what's the functionality of that road?
Got it.
Do
So
you understand the question? What
I
I'm talking about
do.
now?
So it's a commercial road, and it's intended to connect through to County Road 19, which is why it's not coming into a T intersection and then splitting to either side. So the goal with collector roads is typically to create a smooth transition from one larger road network to another.
Does CDOT require that, or is that, or the town, or you just think that's the best thing to do?
It wouldn't be a CDOT requirement,
Okay.
no.
The reason I'm asking is, if you didn't have that road, then you'd have all that road would be green area, and then the other road where it tees off to the right. I'm not telling you how to do your thing, and the mayor will probably correct me here any second, but you could do a cul-de-sac and not have that Y road at all. It would be all green.
Sure,
Anyhow.
it could tee into that road system. That would be something we'd have to work through with staff.
Food for thought for the developer. And then the last thing is, do you know at this point if you'll sell the commercial land?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Thank you for investing in our community, and thank you for going back and making all these modifications.
Absolutely.
It's very much appreciated.
Other questions? Right on. Yep. 50 years.
I have a question for Ms. Rollins. So, in light of the recommendation that that triangle be annexed in the southwest corner, how would that annexation, commercial or residential, affect your numbers for the traffic? Are you you said that the commercial is maxed out based on this proposal. Would a separate proposal based on a separate annexation also become too much commercial for this area? Does that make sense?
It does. So you're talking about the triangular area and whether or not any of that could be commercial also. I think that that would be challenging. On this side of the street, we've just got different types of turns. The Mountain Avenue side, the east side, there's a lot of commercial that's going to come in to that area, right, on both sides of Mountain Avenue. And so that intersection right now is at capacity. So it would be difficult to stretch any more out. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify as well. So the larger green area that you see in the corner, that is not proposed for annexation. It is only right of way. So CDOT's request is for missing roadway that is currently in the county to be annexed into the town. So it would only be road. It would not be any developable or private property.
So that would remain basically open space.
That would remain county property.
County property.
Only the right of way that has not been annexed yet.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
I got confused
No
too.
worries.
Yeah. I was like, well, I don't know. Okay.
Trustee Ayers, if I can clarify. So yes, that property on the corner is privately owned, and so we would not, there's been no discussion of annexing that property. The town would not force an annexation of that property. It is, as Kristen clarified, only that portion of the right of way.
Okay, thank you. I was confused about the area.
Just to follow up real quick, I guess I'm struggling with the maxed out traffic. So, are we kind of saying that any new county development west of this, it's all out? I mean, sooner or later, there's got to be some growth that has to trigger an expansion.
There is. I do have a growth factor in there, so a little bit of growth can happen, but commercial is a big traffic generator, and west of here, they can tie into other roadway network, and perhaps not all of them will use County Road 8. So certain things can happen. I don't have a crystal ball, but if you were asking if a lot of commercial could happen directly off of County 8 in the county, that might be tough. It just depends on where it would be located, right? If they would have alternative north-south routes to tie in and travel in those directions, then it's a possibility. I can't say that I couldn't say to Larimer County, hey, guess what? You guys can't build one more house.
Right, that's what I'm...
Yeah, that's what you're worried about. Plus, CDOT, if the development is small enough, then they can't require an access permit. So certain things can happen, and CDOT then has absolutely no control over it. So it's only when you get into larger developments that they do require an access permit. So anything below that, and I can't even tell you, it's a 20% increase in traffic. That's what triggers an access permit by CDOT.
Okay.
So it would be unlikely. I mean, there could be development, but it might take this intersection 20 years from now over capacity, but CDOT would not have control of that situation.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? No? Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'll begin the public hearing process here, or the public comment portion. And we'll read off the names. Again, if you could come to the front, state your name and address at the podium, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Okay, we'll start off with Tom Pryor.
Good evening. I'm Tom Pryor. I live at 901 Berthoud Peak Drive, and I'm in the neighborhood directly north of this proposed development. I moved to Berthoud in 2019 with my family. I'm a large animal veterinarian. I have 2 kids at Berthoud Elementary School. I volunteer with the rec center in coaching. I attend as many town events as I can and just appreciate everything that this town is currently. I appreciate all of you and your roles in this city as stewards to what the vision is for this plan for the growth of our community and enhancing the lives of everybody in this town. I think it's an absolutely tremendous place to live. I was at this meeting 2 years ago, and I'm a little shocked at what I'm seeing tonight. I think, the reduction of density is laughable. With our community neighborhood meetings, we asked for, over 50% of density reduction. Brought into conversation the feathering and the contrast of density that we have directly north of it. There was a very large discussion about the safety of the intersection of 287 and County Road 8. I'm a little surprised that the SAT photo provided today didn't have an accident on it. That's how dangerous that intersection is. I think the density proposed with this plan is dismal. I think this is a spot that needs to be developed. It's going to be. We need to do it responsibly. I think this is the wrong plan. I think it's the wrong time, and I think it's the wrong location. If you were to push forward with this, as it is, make sure you reserve some of that commercial land for an emergency room. We're already at a spot in this community where the infrastructure doesn't allow for more of this. We need bigger schools. We need more support in our fire and police before we bring in development of this size. So again, I do appreciate your guys' time and consideration with this. Like I said, we're all aware that this is a spot that's going to be grown and our community is going to be enriched, but we need to do it responsibly. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Kelly Seaton.
Good evening,
Welcome
Kelly
back.
Seaton. Yeah, welcome back. Rinse and repeat. Kelly Seaton, 820 Berthoud Peak Drive. That house right there. So good evening again, Mayor, trustees, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I don't envy your positions one bit. But I want to respectfully urge you to deny both the rezoning and neighborhood master plan for the Revere community as they're currently proposed. This property sits within, as been mentioned before, the Berthoud West Character District, which the town has described as largely undeveloped district with views of the Rocky Mountains close to downtown. Highway 287 envisions a vibrant, walkable commercial district with opportunities for shopping, employment, and other services. The intent for this district is clear: to create lively commercial corridor that encourages walking and biking, calms traffic, and builds on and does not replicate downtown Berthoud. What's being proposed is primarily residential with only a minimal amount of commercial use. That is inconsistent with the established vision for this area. Town staff rationale for approval under 30.6.106G, specifically the need or desirability for the criterion, states only that the project is consistent with the future land use map and provides a balance of single family and limited commercial lots. That doesn't reflect the broader reality. As of today, in your handy dandy new website, current development projects, 391 homes have been approved recently, 979 homes are under construction, and 2,881 homes are in development review. These have all been approved. That's 4,251 new homes already coming to Berthoud. Meanwhile, only 49 acres of commercial property are in the development review process as well. That's not enough to create the sustainable, balanced tax base this town needs to support this level of residential growth. As we all know, 2/3 of the town's budget that you'll review today relies on commercial revenue. This corridor, with its location, visibility, and access to 287, represents one of the only few remaining opportunities to secure meaningful commercial development that can support the town's long-term fiscal health. The developer has complained this corner cannot support more commercial, yet has provided no market study, site analysis, or data to back up that statement, per what was submitted with supporting documentation for public view. So I'll give them that. A project of this scale and location deserves a proposal supported by facts and not assumptions. I also want to acknowledge town staff's role is to remain objective and say black and white according to code, but the board's role is to weigh that information in the context of the community values and vision. Over the past several months, I watched many of these meetings. It has become abundantly clear Berthoud residents do not support more dense residential development. You were elected to represent the people of this town and voters like me to make decisions that reflect a balanced approach to growth. That means not allowing yourselves to be pressured or intimidated. The town has adopted clear plans and policies, and standing by them is not only defensible, but it's your responsibility to us voters who put our trust in you. For all these reasons, I respectfully urge you again to deny both the rezoning and neighborhood master plan, to require the applicant to provide real, data-driven justification, and if they continue to assert that additional commercial development is not feasible here. This site is too important to get wrong. It deserves a plan that aligns with the Berthoud West Character District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bridget Guccione.
I'm Bridget Guccione. I'm 810 Berthoud Peak Drive. I'm the house that's 110 feet. Okay? I'm going to focus my comments to the board this evening on the issue of safety as it pertains to the Revere application. Throughout the application documents, the developer repeatedly stresses that they are creating a safe, pedestrian, and bicycle-friendly community, expounding on the development's access to Berthoud amenities, including established trails and recreational facilities in the area. This is a false narrative. Access to recreational opportunities to the east, for example, the bike park, the recreation center, etc., cannot be deemed safe by any mode except by car, without a finished trail system and a protected means to cross Highway 287, such as a bypass. The developer fails to note that the regional trails referred to in their documents presently ends in an open field, with no set completion within the Berthoud Trail Master Plan. It is my understanding that the proposed future overpass of Highway 287 has been abandoned due to lack of money. The preliminary traffic study submitted as part of the application does not address safety in any fashion, illustrating the developer's lack of concern, even though they repeatedly tout a robust and safe network for residents. The traffic report has no references to historical crash data, safety impacts, or a multimodal analysis, including pedestrian or bicycles. The data tables in Appendix A, Movement Counts, has a row for bicycles, but states that bicycles are excluded in any analysis. The narrative submitted by the developer cite trail, pedestrians, bicycles, bike lanes,
and safety over 40 times. Anyone who travels along County Road 8 or Colorado 56 knows that this is a popular route for bicycles in the area, me being one of them, my husband being another. Yet this mode of transportation was ignored in the traffic analysis. It is incomprehensible to me that the guidance of the Colorado DOT for a traffic assessment study was not followed according to the documents that I was able to reference. The guidance document states that if a DHV, which is the peak volume, is over 100, at a minimum, safety impact and multimodal infrastructure is required. The town of Berthoud has established a checklist of criteria for new development that discounts historic guidance and input from residents and other stakeholders. I implore the trustees to require a more complete traffic assessment that includes safety and requires an element of validation of claims before any approval of rezoning or a neighborhood master plan. Thank you.
Michael Patrick?
I'd like to be set down a little bit if you would.
Okay. Stephen Klepp? Apologize if I got that wrong. Keep. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Keep, 530 Towns Reach Run, Berthoud, just right to the west. Berthoud has established precedent over the last 25 years regarding the anticipated use for what's now Revere parcel. As recently as last year, you told the residential developer that its request was not in keeping with Berthoud's comprehensive plan. Specifically, you were looking for more commercial. Tonight, the applicant and his team state that their latest analysis leaves no alternative but this marginally changed proposal. I respectfully ask you to disregard their misrepresentations and instead force an independent assessment to be paid for by the developer but directed by the town trustees before you consider this deviation from the comprehensive plan. The numbers generated for review per the ITE Trip Generation Manual require specific property uses, which could include many different land use codes. For example, a quality restaurant is stated as generating 90 average daily trips per 1,000 square feet, whereas a sit-down fast food restaurant might generate 127 trips. A gas station with convenience market generates 163 trips per pump. A supermarket generates an average of 102 trips per 1,000 square feet. A business park generates 150 trips per acre. If a Home Depot were built with the building covering 50% of the entire allocated commercial acreage, it would generate 31 daily trips per 1,000 feet, or 3,555 daily trips. Conversely, the developer's analysis assumes a shopping center of between 40 and 150,000 square feet, one of the most dense things you can have, and not on anyone's plan. It's code 821 if you look at their exhibit. That's what it is. Only by using that code, equivalent to a rate of 42.7 trips per 1,000 square feet, which was inflated to 45 per 1,000 square feet in the analysis, could the analysis generate the commercial 4252 daily trips claimed. This use seems wildly out of place with Berthoud's expectations for this parcel. I'm telling you, the study needs to be reviewed. There are other issues with the proposal. There is no pedestrian or bike study conducted, as would be a requirement in unincorporated Larimer County and cities like Loveland and Fort Collins that have adopted Larimer's urban street standards. According to the TB Group's rezone narrative of May 22nd, the residents will utilize the town's park and trail facilities, and then in their paragraph 6 said a combination of on-street bike lanes, neighborhood trails, detached walks, and connection to the town. Regional Trail will provide a robust and safe network. As you've heard, how are the kids from the proposed 81 residences going to safely cross 287? Notably, your staff planner provided erroneous data to you for this meeting. Recall that the trustees, I don't have the big charts I brought last time, Recall that the trustees in August 2008 unanimously approved the Parkway Plaza preliminary development plan with the residential portion of the project removed. That's 2 years after the 2006 quote. In June 2010, the Board of Trustees then approved the Parkway Plaza final development plan and final plat with mixed use removed.
Mr.
That's
Klepp,
in the
we'll take
minutes.
The 3 minutes.
I give my 3 minutes. I'm next. I give my 3 minutes to him.
You are Brett Pruitt?
Yep.
Okay. That'll work.
Okay. With mixed use removed at 20 commercial, office, and retail lots, 550,000 square feet of commercial. If you look at the exhibits that I left with you, Mayor, you'll see the planning staff clearly called that out, and it was approved and is in the archives of the Berthoud Town Council, of the Berthoud Town Trustees. So it was actually done. There's no indication that tonight's proposal would correspond to Berthoud's expectations at its 2000 annexation or subsequent. And you've got the copies in case planning can't find them. So why can Longmont and Loveland have income generating commercial along Colorado 287, but this residential developer can't envision a way for Berthoud to do the same? Why wouldn't a Henry's or Westside Tavern be a good fit for this parcel? Once you approve the neighborhood master plan proposal and the rezoning away from the PUD, and if it remains a PUD, they should have to specify the whole development, not just a little slice that they'll sell the rest, then the developer is essentially free. You're cemented in. I recommend that the trustees disapprove any application for residential development of the lot until an independent transportation impact study funded by the developer, directed by the trustees, is conducted. Further, I recommend that there be no rezoning from the PUD until sufficient fidelity is provided to the town trustees to ensure compliance with Berthoud leadership's direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Bill Wheeler.
Good evening. My name is Bill Wheeler. I live at 968 North County Road 19. I'm just up on the northwest side of the Belcaro development, but I'm not part of that development. We moved here 13 years ago, and we love the community. It's a fantastic place. We've experienced amazing growth. My background is in business and medical device industry, and I've had reasonable success. The success has been predicated on a couple of things, simple things. I like data. I like accurate data. I like complete data. I also like to develop trustworthy partners. In those relationships, combined with good data, you usually make good decisions. Not always, but usually. So I look at this proposal. I was at the meeting when they first presented this data. That was the neighborhood meeting. And I look at the map then, and I look at the map now. I don't see a whole lot of difference considering the input that was presented at that meeting. They said they took away the trail. That was an issue, but it wasn't a big issue. The big issue was density and distance to the abutting neighborhood. I look at this layout, and all the open spaces are primarily against 287 and County Road 19, which has nothing on the other side of it except a silo and a development that's probably about 200 yards further west. This comes down to a right or wrong to me. This just doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right for the community and for the future of Berthoud. This is an emotional issue and a future planning issue. And I see this site as a push to wedge something in that it's like the puzzle that's the piece that never fits. You know, this piece isn't fitting into the puzzle in my mind for the future of Berthoud. And we love Berthoud, and we love your service to Berthoud. But there's so many inconsistencies between that meeting and this meeting, and the data presented. My business instincts tell me this isn't right. This is not the right thing to do with this parcel for the future of Berthoud. And whatever needs to be done with this space, you're probably better adept at how that should develop because you've been involved in the whole planning process. But for me, it just feels wrong. And it's not gray, it's black and white. It's not the right thing to do. I hope you don't approve this. I hope we look for better use for this parcel of land. Nobody's against development. We just want the right development. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Mina Cox?
Mina Cox. I live directly west, a little bit north of this property. And the board was really clear at the last meeting.
Ms. Cox, is it 841 North County Road 19?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
That's right.
The board was really clear at the last meeting what this parcel needed to be, and that was to be mostly commercial. And that was the directive that was provided to the developer. Instead, I wanted to go back to Bill's point about data. First of all, what they have been presenting here, no matter what the attorney who has been trying to interpret to you the comp plan, it does not cover up that this plan does not meet the comprehensive plan. First of all, the majority of this property is to be commercial. 5.44 acres of a 38.3 acre property is only 14%. So let's go to real data. 14% of this property is commercial when the majority of the comp plan clearly demonstrates that this should be commercial. The next thing is density. I don't know, this 2.8, this is all fuzzy math. Let me give you real math. So right now the property to the north and west of this property, it's one home per 2.2 acres. What they are proposing is 540% more density than what is surrounding the current neighborhood, and that is gross density. They keep talking about gross density versus net density. Net density, they're at 1,111% more in this area than, so those are true percentage numbers of what they're asking for in this residential area. This area, the 287 was developed as a bypass to Berthoud. It wasn't designed to have a whole bunch of residences on the west side of Berthoud into becoming another West Berthoud. The other points as far as a plan that would be more compatible so that it is feathered to the north and is more compatible to the west area is to consider more like 15 to 20 homes along that north side, and with the majority of it being commercial. And if you look directly across the street, there was a map showing the final future plan. You can see it's a mirror image. And across the street, that developer has figured out to make most of that property to be commercial. So I'm not sure why the east side can figure it out, but the west side can't. So those are the main points. I think it's very important that this board stays firm because once this is developed, it's gone. Or once this plan is put in place, and whether he is just trying to entitle it or he'll develop it, the future, anybody that comes after this, it'll be very clear what it needs to be, because it's already been clear when he purchased it, this should have been commercial, and now we've been dragged through multiple iterations of residential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this Sharon?
My question then
Sharon. Sorry?
I'll pass my
Okay,
points.
thank you. Glenn Buckingham?
Hi, Glenn Buckingham, 626 7th Street. I've been a trustee for a couple terms from 2002 to 2010 through this entire period that's been discussed this evening. And the board at that time, I was the budget chair from 2004 through 2010. So, we looked at a lot of things. One of the priorities to those boards, and granted it was boards ago, your father and Tom Patterson were the mayors, but the priority from the board's perspective for the 8 years I was on the board at the nodes, the transportation nodes in Berthoud, was always commercial. we had made mistakes prior to that, where we had basically made decisions that took nodes, and when I say nodes, you got a northeast, a northwest, a southeast, a southwest. And we have those at 287, we have them at I-25. And now we have the Berthoud bypass, which is a little bit of a node, but it's on the same 287. So you really only have, from our perspective, we really only started with 8. And if you want to call where Taco Man and Starbucks and stuff, if you want to call that another outbreak, well, there's more retail there. But what you've got in this piece of property, and the reason that when we reviewed it, it was a commercial property, it never had any residential on it. We made sure of that. And the reason was, and we argued with people in the community then about the property, because some of the same people that are here tonight were worried about it being all retail. And so we were working with developers back at that time to cascade the height of the property in an acceptable way for the residents that lived around it. But we wanted that node to be commercial because we only have so many chances, really, in the way that Colorado is laid out, is that municipalities can keep the tax revenues from the people who drive through your municipality. So when you look at Loveland and you look at Longmont and you look at Fort Collins, they all beef up along their nodes that are north and south, and they're picking off sales tax revenue from the people who are driving through their communities. When we looked at this set of nodes, I don't know, at least 15 years ago, I think we were getting like 30,000 triptychs on 287. I don't know what it is today. It's something. It's probably more than that. And Interstate I-25 was in the hundreds of thousands. So I think, as trustees, I think what you ought to try to do is slow the music down, because...
Mr. Buckingham, we've hit the 3 minutes.
Okay. Mike, can I use a minute of your time?
Well, we can't just do by minutes. So I haven't done this in years, but if we combine 2, it's 5 total. So it would be 2 more for you, and there would be no for Mr. Patrick.
I'll try to do it in a minute.
Okay, so no more Mr. Patrick. Was that correct?
Yeah.
No, I've got 2.
No, we don't. Yeah, so you'd be done. Yeah. Are you okay with that? Okay.
Yeah.
No. Okay, then we gotta.
Am I done?
Yes. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Good luck.
Michael Patrick.
Good evening. I may have made a mistake and should have listened maybe a little more to Glenn, because I was interested in what he had to say. I was on the board with Glenn.
Mind stating your name and address real quick, Mr. Patrick?
I'm sorry?
You mind stating your name and address real quick?
My name's Mike Patrick. My address is 111 East Indiana Avenue in Berthoud.
Thank you very much.
I moved here in 99. Been here ever since, and was on the board from 2002 to 2010. You've heard the other participants. Some of them were, I think Mylan was planning to be here tonight, but I don't see him. So what I'm interested in just asking you to do tonight is, first I'd like you to incorporate the comments in the record from 2024 when we had essentially this same conversation. And you folks had the opportunity to tell the applicant at that point that we were interested in commercial, we were not interested in high-density residential, and that was the only reason that this piece of property was ever annexed by this town of Berthoud. They had 2 choices at that time. The owners could develop the land residentially in unincorporated Larimer County rules, or they could come into the town of Berthoud and develop it commercially. And we had strong opposition from everyone on the west side of 287, because that was the line of demarcation that Berthoud had always respected. And we took this unique piece only because of the things that Glenn explained to you, because it was the only piece of commercial property at that time between Loveland and Longmont. And as you know, our budget had problems with getting commercial contributions. So this applicant, or the applicant at that time, had those two options, either out there, unimproved Larimer County at their density, or in the town of Berthoud commercially. What they're asking to do now is to give them the benefit of both of those things. And so they want to now be in the town of Berthoud, but developing at high density residential. That's a non-starter. And so the burden on the town is black and white as well. Commercial brings in money, residential costs money, and it's a one-time benefit that we get primarily in permit fees, but then we have to take care of those residents. We have to provide them with fire service. We have to provide them with police service. All of that costs money, and we get a one-time benefit from it, but it's in some ways you could consider it a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme, because at some point we have to figure out a way to get enough commercial income to take care of the costs that the residential development creates for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Appreciate your time.
Yep.
Thank you for everyone that spoke up. It's nerve-wracking to be up there, and the board certainly appreciates your points of view coming out tonight. So I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for deliberation. Oh, actually, first, I think legally, rebuttal. Would you like to?
Thank you, Mayor and trustees, for this opportunity to respond to the comments that we heard. One of the comments, or many of the comments that we heard, were in reference to the traffic study and to the data that is presented within that. And our team has worked really closely with staff to ensure that the traffic study incorporates all of the required elements at this stage of the development. Additional traffic studies will be required that will be more targeted and focused at further stages of the development. This one represents the visioning for the site at the neighborhood master planning stage, and that is why it is tailored to that long-term vision. An important point that we wanted to respond to and address was about the proportion of commercial on the site. And this was one of the conversations that I actually had with our team, which was, if we could develop the entire site as commercial, would we? And the answer was, well, we'd certainly try, but we'd have to get an access permit from CDOT. And that is really the limiting factor here, I think, for everyone, is that CDOT is the determiner of how much traffic this can support. And this project represents the maximum amount of commercial that could be developed on the site. And we are also working within those constraints. With respect to the comprehensive plan, we wanted to acknowledge that ratio of the suburban residential to the suburban business. And just to reiterate that the comprehensive plan is a visioning document. And with respect to data, the real issue with the comprehensive plan is that it's not based on any of the data because it hasn't actually been collected yet. And so when it's adopted, it's with the understanding that when development is imminent, that's when we're going to collect the data and determine whether or not it works in the real world. And it's for this reason that the comp plan, like most comp plans, is not binding, but is instead a visioning and visioning document for guidance. One of the comments we heard was about the regional trails and those ending in an open field, and certainly we understand that the rest of the regional trail has not been built out on surrounding properties, but this neighborhood master plan represents the part of this property to contribute to that ultimate vision, and so we think that that is that's progress that is meaningful and helpful. And Kristen, I'd like to invite you up in case you had anything else to add.
I think that covers most of everything that was said. I think the only thing I wanted to address was some of the references to older plans. We acknowledge that there are some previously approved plans for the site that did show more commercial, but they weren't built at that time. If we were, for example, to take that exact plan and say we're going to resubmit that, bring it up to the health and safety standards that are required today, and run all the reports on it, it would fail because of traffic and would not be buildable. So while we understand that at one point a different plan was feasible, there is a difference between what we all hope for development in certain areas and what is actually feasible. And this plan that we're presenting is based on the data in the traffic report for what is actually feasible rather than ultimately what we'd all like to see. So we have heard that the town would like more commercial here, but it's not possible. It wouldn't be possible for the town to go in and say, we're going to develop it all as commercial. As soon as you get into the engineering and the analysis, that data would come back demonstrating that it's not feasible. So the plan we've presented, we feel, is balanced. It is a requirement for us to include residential. I know there were a lot of comments about residential as well, but it is a requirement for us to provide residential as part of this plan as well, to be in conformance with your comprehensive plan, which everyone on this board and members of the community helped to envision for this area that showed both residential and commercial development.
Jeff Mark, 519 Prospect Drive, Castle Rock. So notwithstanding all of the comments in opposition, we had a little bit of a discussion. I would ask in our rebuttal if the staff could at least acknowledge that, similarly as we did at the Planning Commission, that they concur with the fact that, number one, we've presented all of the data required. The data has been substantiated, and that they also concur that we've maxed out what we can do on this site without tripping the intersection from a safety perspective.
Sure, go ahead. You're looking at us.
Yeah, we'll agree then.
Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes. Okay, thank you. Conclude the rebuttal here and bring it back to the board. Is there any final, before we go into thoughts, or anything final for staff? So, either for engineering or planning, if I'm understanding this intersection right, without triggering improvements by CDOT, or CDOT is just straight up saying there's nothing more that can be done to improve that intersection for capacity?
Improvements are being proposed with this development at that intersection.
But for a greater commercial, they're saying there's a limiting factor, which is the traffic.
Yes.
I'm just struggling. What I'm getting at is, like, I'm struggling seeing 100 years from now that we're still going to see the same exact size all around Berthoud because CDOT is limiting our intersections.
And the controlling factor with that is that this intersection is kind of the only north-south route. Like, if they went to County Road 19, that route's up. You'd have to take a bunch of back roads up to go north.
Oh, okay.
So you'd either have to go very far west to go north towards Loveland, or the most common sense route is here, and the left turn lanes can only handle so much traffic before they back up to a point where it becomes unsafe. And so it's kind of the side streets, the people turning from Mountain onto 287. 287 will always have the priority, so the traffic signals will always let a large number of that traffic go. And as you can imagine, when you're on a side street trying to turn onto 287, that's where the long queue times happen, and that's where the level of service of the intersection falls below CDOT's
Standards.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't allow just lengthening the left turn lanes or something?
They would. Ruth could probably speak more to that. but you also have to have a separation from where they're proposing the roundabout intersection here to that turn lane, like taper.
Okay. Anything else for staff?
Well, to clarify, we don't have anything from CDOT at this time. We're just basically taking it out of a guidebook.
CDOT is a referral agency, so they are also reviewing this document. And
But they haven't provided any documentation in tonight's packet.
So typically, we do not provide referral agency comments within our packets, but we do, as Luke pointed out, CDOT is a reviewing agency, and they did provide, especially with the first submittal, some substantial comments that the applicant was required to address. And then, of course, when the applicant submitted the second submittal, they were provided a second opportunity to review and comment. And so we are at this stage because we feel that, and have been told by reviewing agencies, that at this stage with the neighborhood master plan, they are comfortable with what is being proposed at this time, knowing that additional TIS and reviews will come with the next application at preliminary plat. So any comments that they feel may need to still be addressed would come then at preliminary plat. But at this time, for neighborhood master plan, reviewing agencies confirmed through comment that they had no additional concerns after the second submittal.
But we get comments from the residents and stuff. How come we don't have their comments?
Generally, that's just hasn't been a practice.
Well, then it doesn't hold for the record for me.
If I could just argue that CDOT's recommendations don't weigh as much to me as the data that states that this intersection is very dangerous already, and that if we propose additional commercial, it will increase the traffic, which will inherently increase the safety. And so I think regardless of CDOT's restrictions, we can look at the data stating more commercial, more unsafe travel, more increased travel, adding more people to that intersection is going to happen regardless of CDOT's input into this. And so I think is where we have to decide our comfortability with that. I think CDOT's restrictions are the bare minimum. CDOT does not require the safety requirements I think each of us would, based on what we see out there every day. And so I think their requirements are pretty minimal, and we should have a more stringent safety analysis of what's happening at that intersection, because we see accidents out there every day that are very serious. And if the applicant is showing us that the data states that more commercial is going to increase that by 1,000 trips per day, that to me is a significant data point.
Good point.
Mayor Karsbeck, if I may. When it comes to referring agency comments, so there's a long list of referral agencies that typically get each development application. Includes the school district, the fire district, CDOT, private utility companies like Excel, PVREA, so on and so forth. Their review comments are technical in nature based on the application, and they are addressed before we bring those to you. The applications don't get brought to the town board unless their comments have been satisfactorily addressed, and they've said, look, we don't have any additional comments. If the town board wanted to see all those technical comments, you certainly could. I think, from a town staff perspective, I think our staff is very qualified and capable in accepting their technical review from other outside agencies who say, we don't have any issues. The difference with public comment is that they are often not technical in nature. Where they are, it is specifically related to the code that you approve and manage, not necessarily to other agencies' referral comments, right? We don't, at the town, dictate what CDOT's technical review looks like, right? They tell us where they believe this development meets their code requirements or not, and adjustments that need to be made based on their standards and their requirements. Excuse me. The public comments typically that you are addressing, and the reason why those are brought to you and not the public agency or not the agency referral comments, is that those are often addressed at town of Berthoud code requirements, again, that you approve and that you are reviewing. If town staff didn't believe that the agency comments had been addressed, we wouldn't bring an application to you in the first place.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Wing?
Carl has something.
Yeah. Trustee Ayers?
Could you guys possibly address some of the questions that came up about access across the 287 intersection, because it's already 4 or 5 lanes there on the north side going south, and in the future, if it is added lanes, right, what sort of mitigation is being done or needs to be done for that section as far as either the developer or CDOT in relation to that pedestrian traffic, either bikes or foot traffic?
I think either one of us can address this. I'm happy to kind of weigh in, and then Ton or Luke can correct me where I get it wrong. I think the simple answer is that when we look at trail connectivity, we rely first on the Trails Master Plan. That's kind of the first document we go and look at. If you go back and look at the Trails Master Plan, excuse me, there is no crossing plan for trails at 287 and Mountain Avenue, and that's primarily because of the nature of the intersection that it is. There is a trail crossing planned, and that is still being worked on the County Road 10E bridge that crosses 287. There's a potential crossing location down south of Mountain Avenue, but the Trails Master Plan doesn't indicate any trail crossing, so just specific to kind of trails, not necessarily overall bike and pedestrian access. I think the other challenge with bike and pedestrian access at 287 Mountain is you can legally cross the intersection on a bicycle. Now, would I do it? No, but I wouldn't ride my bike out on County Road 23 either, which is a 2-lane county road with high-speed traffic and a lot of cars going back and forth north and south to Boulder and Longmont. So you can legally ride a bike. Does everyone feel comfortable doing that? I think the simple answer is no, right? But folks do ride bikes through the intersection on Mountain Avenue and 287. If the town board wanted us to prioritize a grade-separated crossing, whether that's an overcrossing or an undercrossing, I think we've talked about this before, an undercrossing makes more sense than an overcrossing for a lot of reasons. That's something we could certainly look at. We have looked at potential undercrossings slightly north of the Revere project, near the bike park, Knievel and Richardson, trying to look and see if there's a good spot there. There's some good grade differences. If you think about Knievel and Richardson, the two properties that we own on either side of 287, there's a little more room to work a pedestrian or bicycle undercrossing there. At the intersection of 287 Mountain, it will be incredibly expensive to construct a grade-separated crossing. We did look at a grade-separated crossing at the intersection of Berthoud Parkway and 287 several years ago, and we think that construction project could be anywhere between $4 and $6 million or more, depending on the ultimate design. So Mountain and 287 is going to be more complicated and more expensive than Berthoud Parkway and 287. So is that the responsibility of this developer to provide grade-separated pedestrian crossing for 80 to 100 homes? I don't think the answer to that is yes. There are plenty of homes that already exist on the west side of the road, and they were not mandated to construct a grade-separated crossing. There are homes on the east side of the road who were not mandated to construct a grade-separated crossing at 287 in order to access what will likely be future recreational amenities on the west side of 287. Those are the kinds of improvements that we as a town make for the benefit of the entire town, and that we don't typically saddle that kind of infrastructure development on a development.
Thank you.
I mean, we use Lucas standards, right? I heard that we don't,
do.
but we definitely are using Lucas standards.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The Lucas standards are our road technical design standards.
Okay.
The Loveland ones specifically.
Yeah, Loveland and Fort Collins, right? Or Loveland, yeah, that's right. All right. Well, I always pick on the people in the end, so I'm going to not do that this time. I'll start out with Trustee Ayers. You all right?
Did Trustee Wing have?
Did you have questions or comments?
Sure.
Let's start out with you.
First of all, I thought the comments by the public were compelling, logical. The people who spoke had credibility with their past experience and their involvement, so I thought they did a nice job. This is the second time that staff has unanimously supported this project. They've worked with them, they've modified things, they've done what they thought they were asked to do. Staff obviously concurred and had them come in front of us. This is the second time the Planning Commission has unanimously approved this. After looking at it very closely, deliberating, going into the weeds, And there's a criteria that we have all agreed to for these projects. And this is the second time, in my opinion, that they have met the criteria. Every box says yes. So I find it extremely difficult for us to go against the fact that they have met all the criteria that is incumbent on us to make a decision on, did they meet the criteria? Do I support the comments that were made? Did I hear everybody? Were they passionate? Did they care? Yeah, all the above. But at the end of the day, we have a job to do based on the criteria that we have approved as a town, and this developer has met that criteria.
In favor. Makes sense. Trustee Hardy?
I'll have to disagree with Brett a little bit on that because we created a comp plan. The only reason why this property was even annexed into the town was for the purpose of commercial capabilities and not for housing. I just find the traffic studies hard to believe because you drive anywhere up and down north and south on 287 or any high traffic highway like that, and they've got commercial on all 4 nodes. We're only trying to build on 2, minus the Ludlow one that's a little bit further in, but I don't count that as part of the quadrant. But you got to take it into consideration. So, and then the whole safety thing is like they'd rather build 82 homes and put them in danger versus people that are going to go to the commercial. To me, the safety theme issues, regardless, is the same, regardless if you build houses or commercial there. But I think the safety issue is something more than the development. I think it's just traffic on 287 in general. And I think we've even had comments from Sheriff's Department about some of the accidents that have happened out there. There's been a lot of speculation about just driving too fast because it's a nice big straightaway. But I think the safety issues that have been occurring out there are happening with nothing there. So I think there's something more with the intersection than there is with the development. I think it's drivers in general and distracted driving and just not paying attention to that light. So the timing on that light's even been fluctuated quite a few times. I remember going through it once because I used to have to commute to Boulder, going through it when I had the green, and it was still green north and south. So there's issues out there that CDOT needs to fix. That's a CDOT issue. And tonight I've been hearing a lot of excuses why they can't build the commercial bigger, and that they've been blaming CDOT tonight. But tonight I don't see any difference from what we voted down 2 years ago. So, and again, I'm going to be in favor of we follow suit for following the comp plan, and we built that land there for commercial purposes, not for residential.
Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, this is a difficult one because it is a long-term issue. Because whatever is cleared to be developed there is, for all intents and purposes, going to be developed in perpetuity. I think one of the issues that I'm struggling with is that it was cleared for a large amount of commercial. However, it was not built when it was cleared for a large amount of commercial. And over the past 15 years, other developments have gone up that have basically clogged is the wrong word, but clogged the roadways, which are causing a lot of these traffic issues. I'm also concerned about, I think in the last meeting I brought up the feathering issue with the products on the north end of the development and the community to the north. And while I do think that the development has changed the original proposal to mitigate that a little bit, I think that one of the community members brought up that there is a lot of open space, but that open space is on the major roadways, not necessarily between the proposed development and the neighbors who are the ones who had the issue with that closeness of the development. I think the other issue that I have, and this is which makes it kind of hard for me to wrap my mind around, is that I do agree with both Trustee Hardy and Trustee Wing, right? The developer did come back with changes. They have provided a traffic study based on current conditions, but to Trustee Hardy's point, it doesn't seem to fit the original purpose of that spot of land. I don't know. This is a tough one for me.
Welcome to Ponder. Trustee Albrecht.
I am in agreement with the conflicting feelings. I appreciate, Trustee Hardy's points about the original intent. I appreciate the members of the public who are bringing that to our attention again. I think where we have to make the decision is what's best for Berthoud. And I think anytime a new residential comes in, we're going to have neighbors who are upset because they don't want development in their backyard. And so they should be here telling us how to make this better for them. And so I think that's appropriate. But what I ultimately, we don't get to pick and choose what gets developed on the site. This has been planned for a long time in our codes, in our master plans, and all we can do is try to make it fit the best we can for Berthoud, and that helps having citizen input, especially last time. It helps having the board and staff have input as well. But ultimately, the staff recommendations and planning recommendations are very objective and to the code, and we have to honor those objective viewpoints with the utmost care. And so I think that that's important. And and I argue a little bit with Trustee Wing that not only did the applicant meet those codes, but they showed us on multiple occasions where they're exceeding the expectation, right? Like when we're talking about the amount of units per land, we're talking about the amount of open space, we're talking about some of the adjustments that they didn't have to make, but wanted to make to be good neighbors. I consider that too, because we could have somebody here that is coming to us not wanting to make any of those adjustments, and we'd still have to approve them, right? So I appreciate people who want to be good partners with the community and take those public comments. And when we approve a development, it's not because we want it, it's because our code has outlined in our master plans what we have to approve, and so we can't just say no. And so at this point, I think the development's meeting all the criteria. The staff is giving, our planning commission is giving a recommendation. Our staff does an incredible job of holding them accountable to meet and all those, those severe criteria that Berthoud has for development. So I am in favor with moving forward. I am concerned about the safety of that intersection because of the increased commercial. So I just want to state for the record that when the community asked that we would increase commercial, we can see on the record tonight that it is going to increase approximately 1,000 trips per day, which is going to increase some of the safety hazards and potential safety for the future, and I'm not necessarily in favor of that component for that reason. But I will honor the rest of the board's wishes on how we can make that work.
Hey, great. I agree with all you guys too. It's hard to not agree with it because you see yourself on both sides. And I do want to commend the applicant for coming back with a better plan. Just to counter Trustee Wing's point, because we did deny that, at the very worst tonight, we'll have a larger northern boundary, reduced lot count along the northern boundary, removed trail along that northern boundary that the neighbors had a problem with, and a 19% overall reduction in density, and it looked like a 25 increase in commercial. So I think that was good for all of us that happened. Ultimately, I go back to, I agree with Trustee Hardy's points. This is why we did it. If I was a trustee now and annexed something with the intent of commercial, and then 20 years from now, it's not a reality, or they say it's not a reality, it just kind of defeats the purpose of doing this in the first place. And it is true that what Ms. Seaton has said, that almost 2/3 of our budget comes from sales tax. So as we do this, I mean, you can see it right now that we're likely going to be in the hole in this project or somehow break even. I guess I don't have a crystal ball, but It's a good point of how much longer can we keep doing this and then just crossing our fingers for a big box store or something. I struggle with this CDOT putting this condition on or saying that the commercial cannot be allowed because the intersection can't handle anything more. And I take you at your word. I mean, obviously staff has heard this too. But I just don't. Eventually, CDOT's going to have to make an improvement there. They're not letting us control it. This might force up that problem, but in 100 years or so, we are going to grow. So it's just hard for me to fathom that intersection is just maxed out. So right now, I'm leaning towards. I have troubles with this development right now. I'll turn it back over to you.
May I do one follow-up comment? So the last time we talked about this, Community Development Director Johnson commented that that parcel of land and the way you see it was not intended to be literal. It was always intended to be a flex between commercial and residential. Is that an accurate statement?
He's talking about the comp plan.
I can tell you that having been here when the comp plan map was drawn, I personally drew the line on that square in our kind of sketch plan as we were kind of thinking about what made sense. And what we were intending to show was that we felt like commercial abutting large lot estate residential didn't make sense. That putting a King Soopers Marketplace or a Home Depot or a car wash and a gas station adjacent up against large lot estate residential didn't make sense. And so what we were attempting to show, and I can say this confidently because I can say with 100% certainty I'm the one that drew that initial crayon line as we were looking at maps, was just saying, hey, look, this shows commercial next to large lot estate residential, and I don't think that's a good planning decision.
Right.
And so we think there should be some modicum of residential between those two kinds of development. That was the thought process when that line got drawn.
So you didn't think 20, 80, 50, you just
Not at all.
Arbitrarily, philosophically, we don't want commercial adjacent to the existing residence.
I can say that was my intent.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that was the board's intent when you approved the future land use map. I'm not saying that you committed or didn't commit to some mix of land uses. I'm just saying when I drew the line on the map, that was the thought process, was that there should be some
tonight
transition of land use.
to the homeowners up there, it sounds to me that they're more approving of a commercial development than of residential.
But doesn't that create
That's what I
more
was thinking.
traffic?
Yeah, but I'm
Isn't that
listening
what we're
to
trying
the
to
people that are
avoid?
living to the north. They aren't asking for houses up there. They're asking for commercial, is what I kind of picked up on.
But we already have a problem with the intersection, and now that would multiply the
I
problem.
think there's problems with the intersection to
If
begin
we-
with anyway.
We
that
got
CDOT needs to
3,000
address.
homes coming a block away, so that's really gonna mess up that. The other thing to consider is, would we be comfortable waking up 10 years from now with a field with prairie dog holes in it and weeds? Because that's what we've had for the last 10 years.
Sounds crazy. I mean, I'm the animal lover on the board, but I'd be all right with that.
Well, I think a lot of that's because we've had difficulty
Maybe-
getting commercial developers to the town.
Maybe I could pose this question to the board in a different way, and I appreciate what Trustee Wing said, but I do want to be clear. Town staff doesn't support or not support projects. What we recommend to you are projects that we believe are consistent with the code requirements the town has adopted. So, and we tell developers that all the time. Look, we're not here to stump for your project. What our job is at the staff level is to say that we believe that this project is consistent with the plans, policies, and codes that the town has adopted. And so I think that's important. Maybe that will save at least one Facebook post about me lining my pockets from developers.
You know it won't.
It probably won't, but that's okay. That's part of the job too. Not lining pockets. I would propose this question to you to consider. There are other properties in town where former master or current master plans and the future land use map show properties that are intended to be residential. And there is a high likelihood, and I'm not going to say which ones they are because they haven't submitted anything and I don't want to create chaos. But there is a likelihood that they will submit a rezoning application to go from residential to commercial, despite them having been formally planned and approved or envisioned as residential. And the question is that something you want to consider? And I only raise that point because land uses are not static, right? Even development that is built, development that was built 100 years ago as commercial might turn into residential or vice versa. Development that is currently a restaurant might be an office building tomorrow. And land uses naturally change over time. And so comp plans, zoning, they are not static commitments for eternity. That is the reality of town planning. And so, a future land use map is intended to guide your decision making. It is not a code or regulatory requirement. And so your decision then is, have the appropriate criteria been met to adopt a neighborhood master plan and to rezone a property? And do we believe that has been met or not? And again, I think if you think about it in the context of if this was a prior residentially zoned or residentially envisioned property in the comprehensive plan and they wanted to change it to a commercial land use, which might be really good financially for the town, but might create some serious traffic problems in the particular location that they're considering that will have to be mitigated. Would the board consider that if all of the town's criteria and regulatory requirements had been met? So I pose that as a question. I'm not saying that you should answer one way or the other, but I think that's something to consider.
We're all still struggling. Any other points, thoughts?
I think unless we have something specific to give the applicant to adjust, then we don't have grounds to deny. If we were to request an adjustment, what would that be, and is it appropriate? Otherwise, we don't have any grounds for denial.
Attorney Alicia? I forgot your last name.
Hey, Garcia.
Garcia, thank you.
Is the question just whether or not?
Yes, if
Yeah.
grounds for denial.
Yeah, I mean, if it meets the criteria and staff can speak to it, if that's correct, but if it meets the criteria, it would have approval. You would need some sort of direction likely to be able to deny it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull up this criteria here. It makes sense if we go through the criteria, right? Attorney Gonzalez?
Oh, yes, you should walk through the criteria.
We just pull that up on the big screen.
And for the sake of timeliness, could we each review the criteria, and if we have an objection to one of them, then we just speak to that specifically?
Certainly, yeah. I'll just say the number, I guess, and then I think that makes sense. Is that all right? Or do you want me to read
Yes.
word
No,
for word? Okay.
that is fine.
So, Mayor, I will start, of course, with the neighborhood master plan review criteria, and then when you all are ready, I can come back up and advance it to the rezone.
Okay. This is not it. Oh, you're working on it? Okay. I gotta pull my packet back up to find the.
Review criteria and slide out.
I could read it here. I'm just trying to pull up exactly that page.
You want to see it?
Yeah, what page?
Maybe I can just slip back out here. Maybe not.
So are they?
It's in the agenda. Can you just pull it up from there?
It'll
I
be
got the
just a
agenda open
moment.
here. I'm just trying to.
Not you.
Are they on the slide?
they're on that.
Could you just switch? Would you mind switching them back over to the review criteria?
That's what I did on there. So I don't know what's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were looking at that one. Maybe it's frozen on our screen, which is why it's not updated.
I'll have it up in just a moment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. All right, we'll start off with traffic plan. Number 1, traffic plan. The applicant shall provide a preliminary traffic plan that addresses the following elements: 1, 2, and 3. On the right, you see the rationale on the right.
So Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, if I can make some
Yes, please.
clarification. So the items, these are the required elements
Oh,
of the
that- yeah.
neighborhood master plan, but review criteria should be on the following.
Lower. There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. Okay. Number 1.
I have no issues with number 1.
Trustee Albrecht, do you?
No issues.
Trustee Ayers, do you have any issues? I guess we can just speak up if we do.
No.
Trustee Hardy?
It doesn't match the comprehensive plan.
I feel the same way. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The neighborhood master plan represents a functional system of land use and is consistent with the rationale and criteria set forth in this chapter. Do you mind if I read these just because the folks can't see them?
Sure.
Okay. Is consistent with the rationale and criteria set forth in this chapter, the town comprehensive plan, and the parks, open space, and recreation port plan as amended.
Meets all the criteria for me.
Functional system.
Yes.
Yeah, back to the comp plan, I guess. I have a problem with that.
No.
And that's just the layout there with the commercial. The preliminary traffic, open space, park utility, and pedestrian design is adequate and functional given the existing and planned capacities of each system and meets the standards found in this code.
I have no issues with that. The town, it looks like, was covered with them.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I don't have a problem with that either because it's based on this. Okay. Negative impacts on adjacent land uses have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated.
Yeah, I think one of the criteria that the planning commission put in their notes was before the preliminary plat, this would be revisited with the neighbors to ensure that the appropriate wall, whatever is put up between, a buffer, thank you, between the two neighborhoods. So the way it is, I'm good.
Okay. Anyone opposed?
I'd say it doesn't match.
It doesn't match what?
It's got negative impacts. That's why we've got all these
Oh, I got you.
residents
Yeah.
here saying that it's impacting them negatively.
I think, at least for me, the negative impacts, most of the residents tonight weren't directly speaking to the traffic or the lighting. It was more so to the community as a whole. Is that?
I thought it was just the opposite.
You
I
think
thought,
that most
I thought
people were
they,
speaking
I
to
thought,
traffic
I
to their
thought
house?
safety was brought up, and the lights in the intersection. That's what I heard much more. I heard
Yeah,
a little bit
okay.
about historic birth.
That's
that
fair.
was brought up.
Well,
I was thinking
so-
within that actual, their neighborhoods, but you're
One
right.
of the issues that I heard that came up a lot today was the buffer and the density of those northern properties. However, because of Planning Commission's addendum that they need to be addressed, then I can't disagree with mitigated if they are addressed. How much? Someone remind me. What's the percentage of change that's allowable between a preliminary and a neighborhood master plan?
That administrative adjustment rate? 5?
I believe, and Anne can quickly pull this up, but I believe it's 10%. And then I believe it's even smaller when it goes from preliminary plat to final plat. Really, at final plat, we should see very little to no changes from preliminary to final, and that's because we go from an 80% on construction plans or the infrastructure plans to 100% at final plat. And of course, there's going to be slight deviations because you find that utility locations then impact easement locations, which then impact side yard distances. And so there are these things that do come up. And that's where you'll see those slight modifications, but I do believe it's 10%, and then it's less at final.
I don't think this has ever happened before since I've been on the board, but have exceptions ever been made with such instructions by the Planning Commission for mitigation specifically if it is non-compliant within the 10%, but it's because of a condition that Planning Commission has set forth. Is that something that is code-wise acceptable?
So I believe if it's a condition of approval, then yes, the expectation is that that condition would be met. And if that then means it's a 12% change, I believe the intent there then is that they have to meet that condition.
So the condition overrides the percentage?
I believe that would be correct.
Okay, number 4, back to that. Impacts on land uses have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated. You say yes. Anyone? I have a problem because it's not yet mitigated. And also, the second thing is I don't know if we put a condition on that, if that's fair to the applicant, because you'd have to get to 0 people complaining, and that's going to be really hard. So that's, at least right now I'd have a problem with it.
We're never going to have that, right?
Right.
Because if you have a development behind any property owner, of course they want to keep their space.
Right.
And so that's the hard part, right? Is, of course, it'd be like, I wish we could make everyone happy, but the reality is that there's never going to be a 0 complaint impact.
Yeah.
Right? So have they done as much as they can do within reason, within their ability to mitigate it, I guess is for how I see it.
Okay.
They've been identified, but they haven't been mitigated yet. That's how I read it.
Okay, I'm going to say that they have been, even though I just don't know. I think on the adjacent land uses, again, I didn't hear about any kind of problems within their particular neighborhoods with this. It was more of a regional problem. So I'm in favor. You're opposed? Jesse Hardy?
I'm going to say it's not been satisfactorily mitigated yet.
Okay. Number 5, there is a need or desirability within the community for the development, and the development will help achieve a balance of land use and or housing types within Berthoud according to town goals.
And we continue to talk about affordable housing, and this seems to meet that criteria with smaller lots and smaller homes. I think that was a big part of the presentation that was covered multiple times.
Trustee Albrecht?
I think the community was involved in these master planning sessions over all these years, and so saying that was zoned for growth is part of the need that they expressed to us, and so I would be a yes.
Okay. Trustee Ayers, do you disagree? Are you all right?
No, I agree.
Okay. Trustee Hardy? So I have a problem with this because I don't see a need nor a desirability for residential at this time. I could see something for low income, but that would, in my opinion, be like deed restricted. And it does say and, so it doesn't mean you have to meet that. It doesn't say or will help achieve a balance. Okay, so that's 3-2 on that. Or how you feel?
No.
Okay. All right, so we've gone through that criteria. Is that correct? That's it for that? Now we can just take it to a vote? Okay. Would anyone like to move?
I will. I move to approve Resolution 2025-22, a resolution of the Town of Berthoud Board of Trustees approving a neighborhood master plan for a development known as the Revere Development of the Town of Berthoud, incorporating the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Is there? All right. Trustee Wing has moved on Resolution 2005-21. Trustee Albrecht has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Hardy?
No.
Mayor Karsbeck?
No. All right, the neighborhood master plan has been approved. We'll move on now to the change of zone.
I move to approve ordinance 1363, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the town of Bertha to rezone the Revere property, previously zoned planned unit development to suburban commercial and suburban residential districts.
Second?
Do we want to read through these? Or are we good? Okay. There's no requirement, Trustee Gonzalez? Or, sorry,
It's okay.
Attorney Gonzalez?
No, there's no requirement.
Okay, you don't recommend it all? We can just go to a vote?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We had a motion on that. It's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on the rezoning?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
No.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
No. Okay, that concludes item number Revere Neighborhood Master Plan. Thank you all who are here for that, showing up. And thank you all that are coming up on the agenda here tonight. It's very hard to plan for these things, and a lot of these could not be bumped because they were noticed in the paper, or we have to plan for them in the budget right now. So, do you want to take a break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute, and we'll come back at 9:20. You'll never, that's what matters. It's tough. I just don't feel bad.
All right,
Are we ready?
rock and roll. Oh my gosh, I got so many damn documents. When does this meeting?
Okay, next on our agenda is item number 3, which is the 270 Mountain Avenue lease. This is a public hearing. Before we begin, I'd like to turn this over to Administrator Kirk, just for, is that right? Just for a kind of overview?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So as you'll recall at your last board meeting on September 23rd, we presented the concept for the redevelopment of the Mountain Avenue, 270 Mountain Avenue, or what we also refer to kind of colloquially as the Sunoco building. The development of that property would also include a lease to House Neighborly Services, which you discussed at length at your last meeting, and may also include an option to purchase and right of first offer agreement. After the last meeting, the town board voted at the time to direct staff to prepare an ordinance to approve the lease. So we have done that. That was included in your packet. That ordinance is presented to you tonight for consideration. We also added language based on the discussion. While this wasn't a direction, we did include this. It wasn't a formal direction by vote, but I think the direction was clear from the discussion. We talked about that. We added language to both the lease and the purchase option right of first offer agreement to prohibit any future programs or services that were targeted at serving the homeless. We added some kind of including but not limited to kind of language for day centers, shelters, hot food services, those kinds of uses. There was a lot of concern expressed about homelessness and homeless loitering by the facility and things like that. So again, we addressed this at the last meeting. That's not something that H&S does or plans to do, but I think we're all generally supportive of prohibiting that as a potential future use. And then those would also, we would expect, subject to, of course, town board approval ultimately, but if a condo was created, that the covenants and restrictions would also include a similar prohibition on those kinds of uses.
I was saying, like, before we begin...
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I guess before we begin on this public hearing, or do we want to open this and make this a public hearing? I just want to know if we want to go down the route tonight, or...
I think that's up to the town board. So we can give staff's presentation. You can choose to open a public hearing for the ordinance itself. Okay. You do not need to approve an ordinance today for option to purchase or right of first offer. That is presented as a resolution. You would have to approve an ordinance to authorize the sale in the future, but that would be subject to and consistent with the agreement and the prior adopted resolution. So if the board wants to consider the ordinance tonight, you can open a public hearing to do that. And you could do that after staff's presentation. The state statutes don't require statutory towns to have a first and a second reading. As you all know, we have generally, by practice, done a first and second reading. But there have been times where we've adopted on first reading, especially for items where we've had a lot of discussion about it already. So that could be the case tonight. That's your decision. With respect to the sale, there's some good questions brought up this morning in an email from a member of the public about whether or not the potential sale of a condo for the commercial space that might be occupied by H&S and other nonprofit partners, whether or not that is consistent with the SLFRF. That's the I don't know why my brain is just not working. Sorry, state and local fiscal recovery funds. Is that right? Through the ARPA Act. So the final guidance that we received, we adopted or approved a list of terms and conditions that we were provided by the state and the federal government in order to accept the funds that we received. And then we also have been relying on this long set of frequently asked questions. The PDF document is, 80 plus pages probably. It's long. But the frequently asked questions are a great guidance tool for us, and we've been kind of operating under the information in that FAQ document. The way that we read the FAQs as it relates to the use and ultimate disposition of the of a property purchased with these funds is that that second paragraph says, except for property, supplies, or equipment acquired using revenue loss funds. We are not using revenue loss funds, so that this would apply. Recipients must follow applicable provisions of the Uniform Guidance regarding property standards. That's some Code of Federal Regulations citations there, subject to the requirements set out in this FAQ. So that's a kind of a modifier or a qualifier as we read it, that the specifics in the FAQ then kind of dictate how that gets done. Later in the document, it says, if a recipient changes the use of an asset to an ineligible use or sells the asset prior to the end of the performance period, so we'd be talking about selling the asset, the recipient must follow the disposition procedures set out in the Uniform Guidance, again, Code of Federal Regulations citations. The caveat is that we don't intend to sell this property prior to the end of the performance period, which in our terms and conditions is December 31st, 2026. By the time the sale would occur, it would be past that date, just naturally as a result of the terms of that potential sale. So we would both have to finish the building. There would have to be a certificate of occupancy for the all the tenant improvements done by H&S, and a condo would have to be created. The likelihood of that happening prior to the end of 2026 is low in order to sell that space. So, from our perspective, as we read that guidance, we don't think that the uniform guidance outlined in the Code of Federal Regulations applies. There are questions about what happens after the end of that performance period. It still has to be used for the uses that were eligible uses in our original funding. And because we're not expecting the uses to change, we would expect them to continue to be consistent with and eligible for funding under the SLFRF funds. And that's not to say that I told the mayor this, I mean this sincerely. If you'd asked me 12 hours ago, I felt very confident that we were reading all of these guidance requirements correctly. I also don't really want to fight over it, and I also don't want to be slapped down by a acronym agency at the federal government. So if there is a clear concern that we are misreading these and the board would prefer to wait on the purchase option and write a first offer agreement, I think that's fine from town staff's perspective. We can see if we can get a formal determination if we're reading their guidance correctly. You could still approve the lease agreement with the ordinance tonight. Those two can be separate actions, and they are kind of separate actions in the context of this discussion. So that's an option for you. There was also a question kind of about would this constitute, because we are suggesting that we would dedicate or that we would offer this for sale at a lower than market rate, both representative of the value of the services that the H&S would provide to the community, but also in recognition of the significant expenditure they would have in finishing the space. We intend to provide them an empty metal building, and all the improvements inside will be at their cost or expense, and somewhere in the neighborhood probably of $3 to $4 million. That budget is yet to be worked out because that project hasn't been bid, but as a reasonable planning number and a cost per square foot of construction basis, it's probably not too far off. And from our perspective, we don't see that as a potential issue. And the guidance also says that these funds could be directly transferred to a nonprofit for eligible uses under the SLFRF guidelines. So we've told the Treasury Department what we intend to do with the building, including using a portion of it for H&S and those community services. If those are eligible uses, in theory, you could just transfer money directly to them to provide those services. I think I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all of answers, but from our perspective, we think that that's a likely allowable use to support that nonprofit and the activities that would be eligible uses under the funding. There's a number of other questions we're happy to address tonight that have been brought up by members of the public, and any questions that you have as a town board. From town staff's perspective, we think the lease agreement is ready to go. You could approve that ordinance tonight if you're so inclined, or you could schedule it for a second reading. The purchase option and right of first offer agreement, and the associated resolution could also wait to confirm with the Treasury Department that we're not misreading this guidance.
Any thoughts right away? I feel very comfortable waiting at this point. It's a very hot topic amongst some in the community, and I think that email was compelling enough to me that I love your response, Administrator Kirk. That made a lot of sense to me as well. But important part of me worries if we are wrong, there's hell to pay from U.S. Treasury.
On both counts, the lease
I don't
and,
know.
and
I
the,
think just the purchase, right? The lease
Okay.
seemed to be.
yeah,
I think the lease is, I don't think the lease violates any of the guidance that we've received, and it certainly, I think, is consistent with what we've told them we were intending to do.
You guys feel all right about that, or do
Yeah.
you want to pursue the ordinance tonight as well?
I'll make a motion on the lease.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess,
do the public hearing.
I guess the only thing that, I was gonna say is that if we approve the lease, but not the sale, contracts tonight, that puts H&S in a situation where they can't move forward, right, until we secure both.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you guys speak up? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Sure.
Thank you for the reminder. I always forget we have microphones again. So these two documents go in tandem for H&S, so they cannot move forward regardless until both have been approved by us. So I just want to state that they're kind of in a holding pattern until we move forward. And they've secured, like they had mentioned, expenses are already rolling for them. So how can we do this in a timely fashion? How can we, make sure that we check all those boxes quickly, so that they're not left in a lurch, not knowing what's going to happen next?
From a procedural aspect, I just wanted to have this conversation, I guess, before the public hearing to see if we wanted to proceed. But we could do the public hearing, and I guess we could always just vote no, but that kind of defeats the purpose.
You don't have to take any action at all.
Okay.
You don't have to vote yes or no. You can just choose not to take action tonight. This is unlike a development hearing where this might have been, there's all these, there may be some statutory requirements for you to take action on an annexation or something like that. That's not the case here tonight. So,
Chris, get closer to your mic.
oh, I'm sorry about that. Sometimes I forget that the range is really small. Thank you. Yeah, so you're not obligated to take action tonight, and you can reschedule this for another night if you're so inclined.
And the reason we would do that is so you would come back at a future date with more information. Is that correct?
The only change I think we would, it depends on what the Treasury Department responds with. I don't know how long that will take. So in question and answer to Trustee Albrecht's response, oftentimes what we get when we ask questions is go to the guidance document. They may be willing to weigh in very specifically because we have a very specific ask. The only contact we have is a generic email. It's like slfrf@treasury.gov for these kinds of questions. So we may have to track somebody down. I just don't know how long that will take. It may
Are they
take,
closed right now?
that's also very likely that we're not going to be able to get in touch with anyone. So, the reality is it could take a few days or it could take weeks or it could take months to get an answer. I just don't know the answer to that question.
I had a question on the purchase option. If
Yep.
we have the first right of refusal, is there anything, I didn't see anything specific to this, but would we have first right of refusal to purchase at market price or at the similar, very low, below market price?
So it is. So it's important to, I think, to make the distinction. It's not a first right of refusal. It's a right of, or it's not a right of first refusal. It's a right of first offer, and those are a little bit different. The way that the right of first offer is written, the town. I'm just going to pull it up so we can just be specific. We have not inserted a price or a formula for calculating that price yet, and so prior to signing, we would want to have that formula outlined.
Because they'd hate to have to buy this building twice for full value.
Yeah, and I think the reality is we would want to recognize the fact that they've significantly improved the building, right? And so that would not be uncommon. But we may not want to agree to pay the full price. Now, what we also have is that we have the right of first offer. That doesn't mean that we have the right to. H&S has the right to accept or reject our offer, and so what it says is if they intend to sell, we get to make the first offer before they go sell it to somebody else. In a right of first refusal scenario, it's a little bit different where someone else would make an offer and then we could match that offer. Instead, this is saying we have the right to offer first. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So now I have a question about the right of first offer. Am I wrong to say that hypothetically, if they did own the space, they would own the possible condo? And so if they sell us something, it would be the condo space.
That's correct.
The town would still own
We own the building and the property, yes.
And to follow that up, what if a new entity were to purchase the condo space from them? What control would the town have on those future possible owners?
We would expect that the covenants and restrictions would be written in such a way to give us kind of ultimate control. Our expectation is that it would not be used for anything other than what was eligible uses under that funding. And so if another nonprofit that provided community services similar in nature to what H&S does wanted to purchase that space and utilize it for their needs, that maybe that's allowable under the context of those restrictions. But like we would expect the documents to be written in such a way that there would be, they couldn't sell it to McDonald's, right? I mean, that McDonald's isn't going to go there, but just as a example.
But it also wouldn't have to be another nonprofit.
We would expect it to be eligible uses under the FRF guidelines. Now, there are a long list of other eligible uses that aren't necessarily specific to that, but the most likely scenario is that we would expect that space to be continued to use for the uses that H&S has.
Other questions, Aaron? Okay, so let's open this up then. We're going ahead with this, right? With the hearing here.
You can choose not to hold a public hearing tonight and choose not to take action at all. So you don't have to hold a public hearing.
How we feel, folks? We want to wait. I mean, we don't know. Or we could there's three options. Wait on all this, do just the lease, or do both.
I'd be willing to wait.
Be willing to wait on both? Or how do we feel about the ordinance? Are we all okay with waiting? Okay.
On the purchase ordinance?
On the purchase ordinance, yes.
Yes.
What about the lease?
Is there no way, I just need this clarification before I decide. Is there no way to move forward with both items with flexibility should we get different direction regarding the ARPA funds? Just knowing the relationship with H&S, I'm certain that there could be a redraft or recreation, but just something in writing that allows us to move forward with a project could be delayed until after federal government gets back to us, which I don't want to bank on that. It makes me nervous. So if we could move forward with something that puts something in stone that we can move forward and then redraft something to match any changes, is that at all possible, or is that too ambiguous?
I think I understand what you're asking. I'll address it this way. We've been moving forward in good faith, I think, based on the information that we had and the guidance documents that we've been working towards. I think there's been some questions raised that we need to address. And that's good for us and H&S. I think everybody can accept that. I also understand that H&S, if they are not able to purchase the space, there's a challenge for them from a fundraising perspective, right? Grants and other fundraisers aren't going to provide funding to finish all that space if they don't own it and they don't have that long-term control. So I understand that those two things need to go hand in hand. I would say you could, I suppose. I think you're better off not approving anything. If there's a concern, yeah, I don't know.
I think it's making a law or an ordinance that has a condition in it that would make it ineffective with certain information. And either way, if I were H&S, I would wait. So, I mean, we could create them a law, but I think they're going to want to wait on the guidance too, if we decide if we're a little iffy. But
I think you could, approve the lease agreement and the associated ordinance. I don't think there's a lot of risk there. And you could approve the resolution and the right of first offer subject to receiving final concurrence that there's not some other pitfall that we're going to stumble into. I don't know that gets us any farther ahead than where we are today, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't think it changes much. I think we will, at the town level, continue to work on the design of the redevelopment of that building, regardless of who goes inside of it. The exterior, the parking lot, those details are all still likely to be relatively the same, regardless of whether or not it's H&S that's an ultimate tenant of that building. Unless the town board tells us to put a halt to all of it. But I don't think that's good for the town. I don't think that's good for the redevelopment of that site. But that's my perspective. You guys could certainly disagree with that. So again, I don't know that approving the ordinance and not approving the resolution gets us any farther ahead in that. I think H&S is pretty committed to needing to acquire that space for funding reasons. But I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I think that's true.
would you like to speak? Yeah, you're your partner in this. Please do.
Yeah. Boy, I'm Cherry Houle, Executive Director, House of Neighborly Service. We need a lot of wisdom, definitely. I would say movement forward is good for us, is important to us at this point, continual movement forward. We are not, again, an option to purchase is very important for fundraising. Also important to the board. The lease is a stellar deal. So if we could find a way to get grants and funders to buy into that, that's a possibility. So I'm just going to say movement forward is good. So if you can vote on something to keep this moving forward, so that, because we have grantors that have given us money. We have fundraisers that are actively, I'm meeting with a grantor tomorrow. It's a large grantor, and giving them a tour, and they're very excited. So any movement forward that I can report to them is important and essential at this point. So even if you voted on one piece of it, I think that would be, it's moving us forward. Okay. And then we can get the information that we need. But we actually have taken funds, and we have grants in the work right now. So they just need to know where they're waiting on the town, and your votes are important, and your buy-in in this invitation is a beautiful story. So we thank you, and we're in this with you. So navigating through it.
Yes.
Any questions? My bedtime was 9.
Okay, so it previously sounded like we're all good with not doing the resolution tonight for the purchase option.
I would like to propose going forward with it with a caveat, just because we do need to keep the ball rolling, and not just to push it forward, but because of how much invested time we've all had. But the other thing too is I really appreciate that staff can pause and say, receive new input and say we want to do our homework and we did our due diligence, but if there's more information, we're going to continually dig and ensure that we're doing the right thing. But I know that to this point, we have done all of the due diligence and the right thing. And so I know there's more to be done. And while we're doing that, I would like to move forward because, in all fairness, and I hate saying things like this, but the one email we received was someone who is not a Berthoud resident, who's been raising Cain on Facebook, and saying things that aren't truthful. And so my concern is that the one email we received that's changing the direction of this is maybe not somebody who's here to create solutions with us. And so I have a hard time putting pause on a significant project we've all invested so much time and energy on, because there was one contrary email that's trying to find loopholes in what we're doing no matter which way we go. Like I said, I hate saying it that way, but that's just the facts, is how I see it. And I'd like to move forward in some way with continuing to do our due diligence with the state or with these federal grant funds, and in some way move forward.
Would you be okay moving forward as far as just directing staff to make sure that this proposed resolution's in line? Or do you mean move forward by and actually vote tonight with those conditions?
If it was up to me, we would vote tonight with conditions. Okay. Obviously, if there's something that we get back, we're going to have to redraft, and we're going to have to reconvene and tweak that. But we're going to still find a way to make it work. I think that's what we're all going to have. That we're going to come away with it knowing that this is the direction. We just have to navigate how to get there.
Mayor Kreisbeck,
yes, please.
I appreciate Trustee Albrecht's position, and I think that's certainly something we could do. I will offer that I think at this point we would want to come back and confirm with you regardless on whatever guidance we get back, whatever formal response we get back, before we sign anything anyway. I just don't, from my perspective, I don't care if the Treasury Department gives me a signed check that says, go do it. I'm not gonna sign anything until you guys approve it anyway at this point. So I would want to bring back their formal response to you, at which point you could just approve the resolution and we could sign it that night. But I'm not sure I'm comfortable doing that. And while I appreciate your support in that idea, that is my perspective. I think we would want to bring it back to you anyway at this point.
Okay.
I appreciate those comments.
I appreciate those comments. So, okay, back to...
Point of order, I'm sorry. Yes. I move to extend the meeting until 11.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Does anyone agree? Trustee Albrecht, I don't know if do you rescind that or you want to keep pushing on that?
I will go ahead and honor Administrator Kirk's.
Okay. And then now we're talking about just the lease tonight. Are we comfortable doing that?
To have a public hearing.
Yeah. Or we just want to totally table this?
I mean, I have a couple of questions that could wait depending on the answer to those questions. I guess I'm okay going through it because Administrator Kirk, we would be treating this as the first reading, as you said, and then if there are public comments that come up or concerns that we have the next time if those should be big enough concerns to change the wording of the agreement, then that would just come up at the same time as the ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
You okay going ahead? Okay. Anyone opposed to going ahead?
Going ahead with
the public hearing?
No, I think people are here to do that.
So, we kind of did this out of order. Thanks, folks. I just want to make sure we want to go ahead with this. Administrator Kirk already kind of gave an overview. Did we have any questions for staff right off the bat with the lease? Trustee Ayers, you had some? Hold on.
Yeah.
I got We all good? Okay. Questions regarding the lease?
So, I have a couple questions based on some citizen input and some of my own. Administrator Kirk, could you please for the record, again, explain to me what exactly or how the process of incorrect wording, I apologize, but suspending payment. So if someone comes and needs help for utilities, the town sends them to HNS, and because of their nonprofit status, could you explain a little bit how that works?
Just specifically with our utility assistance program?
Yeah, so the concerns that I marked down in my comments from citizens were the town's cost and the change, if any, from what is happening now versus what would happen with the new space. Could you just explain that?
Yeah, so I mean, at a high level, if somebody has a hard time paying their utility bills, we'll point them to a variety of options. But typically we say, hey, look, we have a utility assistance program. It is managed by H&S under contract with the town. You guys approved that utility assistance program and the funding associated with it. H&S then qualifies them through a set of criteria to ensure that they're eligible to receive that utility assistance, and then that payment is made and comes back to the town.
And so either way, the town is basically forgiving the costs.
For all intents and purposes, other ratepayers are picking up the tab for that utility assistance.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There were other concerns about, and this is related to the lease, I promise, but the other major concerns are about the location. And just once again, you have answered these questions before. I just, once again, for the people that might not have seen them, do you have any concern about the safety or the environment of this location versus any other location in town for these services?
No. I think call volume data would suggest, can't guarantee, but certainly just, history is the best predictor of the future, right? But call volume data to the existing H&S facility in Loveland, as I understand it, and to the current H&S location in Berthoud, is less than a typical retail store in town.
And then there has, and I don't know if you can answer this question, but there has been also a lot of concerns from community about setting aside such a large space for a nonprofit that could be put to possible commercial use.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, I don't know if you can, with data, actually answer this question, but is there enough actual commercial entities, I'm trying to word this correctly, are there commercial entities that, should we not allow a lease agreement to go through with H&S, will move into that space? Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying. Is there enough business demand to fill that 20,000 square feet?
Right.
I think the answer is probably not. Based on, again, history's the best predictor of the future, but in the last 6 to 12 months, we've had, at least through our business development team, 4 requests for space, one of which probably wouldn't be well suited there. One, I think, found a space, one that might be well suited there, but is a small space. I mean, a couple, hundreds of square feet, not thousands. And I can't recall the other, but we have not had a long list of folks looking for space in town. The caveat being, we do meet periodically with some of that's generated by our staff, and some of that is folks reaching out for restaurant space. Restaurant space is hard to come by. It's very expensive to develop, and there's not any empty restaurant space in town. And so we have had a few restaurants that we've prospected, that we've reached out to and said, hey, we think you'd be great here in Berthoud. And they've said, well, yeah, we might be interested, but you don't have any space and we can't afford to build any. So could there be some additional restaurant interest? Perhaps. I don't know for sure.
But even correct me if I'm wrong, but the plans for this building are for the town to basically rough in the exterior and the infrastructure, and any possible buyer or leasee would be responsible for the interior upgrades.
Yeah,
So
for their tenant improvements.
So those restaurants wouldn't necessarily want to move into this building anyway because they don't have the money for the space. Is that correct or no?
No. So when I say that there's not a lot of existing space, there's no real existing well suited space for restaurant development. And the stuff that does open fills up pretty quick. But we've met with multiple restaurant operators already who are very interested in the space, understanding that they will have to fund their own tenant improvements, who've also said we would expect a discounted lease rate in order to make that financially viable, or some financial support for installing kitchen equipment and those kinds of things. And that's not uncommon in a lease scenario for that type of use. So, there is interest. I would expect that we will probably have to provide some level of subsidy, but a lot of that depends on the ultimate proposals that we would receive for that space. So we'll solicit proposals via an RFP process. Like I said, we've met with at least 2 restaurants, and I think there's a third that we've talked to that maybe is less interested but might submit a proposal. But I would expect to get a proposal from a restaurant operator for the space that we intend to lease on the south end of the building.
Right.
Yeah.
And then thank you for that. I have a couple of lease specific questions. One of them just flew out of my mind. Sorry. Well, I guess for the terms of the lease specifically, hopefully I can remember the other one. But that's what it was. Some of the concerns that I've heard from around the community members are that these services are not truly able to be tracked to make sure that the people being served are berthed residents. Is there any way legally or possibly to include the necessity to track those?
Yeah, I think H&S can speak to that with some specificity.
And then I have one more as well.
My name is Diane Frick, and I am the program manager over at the Berthoud House Neighborly Services. Thank you for having us. So in our intake process with our clients, who also then would be the intake clients that go into who we refer out to those agencies, especially for H&S, we do require IDs, but we also require proof of address here, so a piece of mail, something that comes to them. A lot of times there are post office boxes, and people will say, this is where I am because I don't have a box, but my post office box, and it comes to there. So we do vet those clients that come in and make sure that they have those berthed residences there. The agencies that we have coming into that life center the clientele that will be going into them will be berthed residents as they would come to us so that we can refer them. The majority of those people who are in there are really there as a response to the community's needs that they had presented during some of the questioning that you did of the community of what they were looking for and what they needed. So with that in mind, we already have agencies that work in our life center that serve your berthed residents specifically. And that is already the bulk of who is making up the life center to begin with. So the people who come in and partner specifically in our building, in our life center that's at Grace Place right now, are serving and meeting with and touching base with your berthed residents that come as clients to our services. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
So my last question as well is, I don't necessarily know how to put this, but there was a concerning email, or an email from a concerned citizen, and it was kind of a touchy subject, and I'm going to approach this as an elected official, in that in the lease, is it, what I'm trying to, oh my goodness, I'm trying to phrase this. I'm trying to phrase this correctly. What protection do we as a town have for making sure that everyone who is asking for service and has the ability and the address to ask for service cannot be sent away for personal reasons of staff? And I'm not saying that they would, but that has been a concern that because of the constitutionality of the difference between town and a private entity.
Are you asking specifically about any type of person, race, sexual preference?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So
perfect.
What defenses do they have from my point of view as an elected official? How can I be sure that is not going to happen?
You can be 100% sure that that is not going to happen because that is part of our mission. And we are required by the state. So part of our mission and part of our values is to make sure everybody is honored. And our job is not to judge anybody at H&S. So the staff, the Life Center, we're all about serving whoever comes in. The only time you're going to see somebody possibly asked to be removed would be because of behavior. If they were unsafe, if they were threatening, then that's the only time. But no matter what colors they wear, no matter what color their hair is, their skin, no matter what sexual preference they have, they can absolutely come to the Life Center, and each one of them will be treated with great dignity and honor. So I don't know where you heard what you heard, but you just have to know from our heart and our mission and all the staff here and all the grants we write, you have to know that we write plenty of grants and we are required when getting any sort of funding to make sure that we treat everybody fair and equitable. So.
I just wanted to come and speak to that a little bit as well as our manager here in Berthoud. One thing that we try and foster is an inclusive culture. I have monthly staff meetings with my staff to make sure that we are addressing any type of complaints, new things that come up, positive and negative. And one thing that I like to harp on, and I'll say harp because we talk about it a lot, is safe spaces and creating safe spaces for everybody who comes in, whether that's staff, whether that's volunteers, whether that's donors, or the community members that come in and pick from our carts. We have these conversations and we center them around feedback, suggestions, and good lines of communication between each other and the people in the community, so that if there is something that is bothersome or if there is a grievance, we can address it specifically, swiftly, and fair and equitably, so that we can make sure we address what that is and fix a problem if there is one. So I just want to assure you that my personal responsibility as moving forward with my staff as we work through things is I really, really focus on an inclusive culture throughout the entire agency, because that's what our culture is. That's what it's important to us. So.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Other questions? Okay, at this time I will open it up to the public. Do we have a sign-up sheet? Oh, you already gave it to me? Okay. I'm not sure. Gotta be here.
Or they can just come up one at a time.
Yeah, we can still do it, but if they signed up, it's gotta be here first, get on my desk.
Okay.
Bear with me, folks. Yeah, I don't see anything. I know you did it. I believe you.
There's a couple of papers in your computer.
Are there? Thank you all. Okay, that was embarrassing. We'll start off with Whitney Way. Hey, you're already here. You're ahead.
It was all good. Whitney Way, 349 Welch Avenue. Berthoud is embarking on a massive renovation project in the heart of downtown. Before moving forward, you owe it to residents to determine the highest and best use of the building. There's still no clear project budget and no community needs assessment guiding these decisions. The proposed portion of this project that would lend to downtown economic vibrancy has been an afterthought. The proposed portion. As many of you emphasized, $2.25 million in federal COVID relief funds were used for this building purchase. Through public records request, I've received a copy of the town's March 2025 compliance report to the U.S. Treasury for these funds. The project, labeled Downtown Building, is categorized under rehabilitation of commercial properties as assistance to disproportionately impacted small businesses. The report identifies the impacted population as small businesses that suffered negative economic impacts from the pandemic. It specifically says many downtown businesses were greatly impacted by COVID-19 closures. Some have closed or are still recovering. Providing affordable retail space would give small businesses a chance to restart or relocate to a more affordable location in a busy part of town. 1/3 of the building is to be used by House of Neighborly Services, 1/3 meeting and community rooms for local groups and nonprofits, and a full 1/3 for small retail. If affordable retail and economic recovery were central to this funding, why has that component received little to no emphasis? The community center concept, nonprofit partners, and H&S all belong in this project. But take the time to get it right with a complete plan supported by data, budgets, and public input. Please make sure all the homework is done before committing the town to contracts or a purchase arrangement. Otherwise, we risk the project's long-term success and these federal funds. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Whitney. Elizabeth Kearney?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Carney, 549 North 4th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking all your time to deal with these issues for us. Appreciate it. And you know, Berthoud has an exciting opportunity with that building that you're working on. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen with it. But I think that there are some big gaps in what's going on here, and I think that there are pressures coming from groups that don't have the leverage in Berthoud to create that much pressure. I think the residents of Berthoud and the businesses of Berthoud are the people you should be listening to at this point in the process, and that H&S does very good work. Nobody's going to argue with that. They have a very nice facility in Loveland, which is less than 10 miles away. And they've also successfully operated a facility out of the Grace Place Church, which is a perfect place for it. Churches are great locations for those services. And the utility issue that was just discussed, it seems like, does the person actually have to walk into a physical place to do that, or can they do it over the phone or drive to the Loveland office? I hesitate. I would ask this board to hesitate to tie up that big chunk of that building, which is a lovely asset on the edge of the commercial space, to an organization that has not demonstrated, at least maybe I haven't been in the meetings, where they've demonstrated numbers and demand that require that much space. That's prime space. And although Chris has said there's been no takers for it yet, that's because it's still a warehouse. Once it's turned into something other than a warehouse, it's going to be valuable, desirable space. And so to take this piecemeal and say, okay, we'll enter a 30-year lease today for this organization for 7,600 feet of commercial space in Berthoud, I think is premature. I think we need more answers before that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Buckingham?
Amy Buckingham, 626 7th Street. First, I want to ask a question. How many of you on the board have experience negotiating a commercial lease?
Just real quick, we can all answer questions, so we can try and do
You
that.
can
afterwards.
just
we got to stick to statements here.
Whatever. And in the audience, how many of you have experience negotiating a commercial lease? Thank you. I would ask that you take your time, make sure that you have the terms right. A 10-year lease for the values that I've seen. It's what were the words? It was incredible, right? Unbelievable. I'm sorry, but it doesn't look realistic to me or most people. And with Loveland having their facility a little over 8 miles away, Loveland's population is 7 times the population of Berthoud. Is this the right time to lock up that much space? And I think the last thing that I just want to say is, based on observing the last discussion about that commercial space, which Bertha desperately needs, I saw too many quick yeses and some great thought put in to whether or not a yes or no was the right answer. Taking your time is difficult. It takes work. It requires critical thinking. And for those of you that are putting it in, I really appreciate that. For those of you who I don't think are putting the critical thinking into this, maybe we should be asking for your recall. I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at. Take your time. Don't rush into anything.
Thank you. Gary Hansen?
Yes, I'll come. Gary Hansen, 3100 Harmony Court in Berthoud.
Thank you.
Pardon me for being candid, but it's my nature. So far what I've heard, and I have negotiated leases on the 29th floor of a major downtown building in Denver, and I had offices there for years, so believe me, they're getting a good deal. So what? All of us will go home tonight to a warm house with heat and food, and we'll be happy to be there. My concern is, what about the people that can't afford to do that? You know, how far do we go to make sure that they're not getting the things they need? The idea of having something here that could benefit those folks and help them have the resources they need, and I suggest that we study the good that this does to see the numbers that you're asking for, because it'll knock your socks off. You don't realize what they're doing to help people. And I applaud HNS. I began working in earnest with them just over a year ago, and I devote a lot of time to help them. And I do that because I still believe that there are good people in this community who need the help. And let's put the pocketbook aside just for a minute and do the things that are right. You know, I don't dare be accusational here, but I wonder if the comments made are driven by people who want to benefit themselves financially because of what they're asking you to do. So I'm here to support this thing, and I hope that the board will make some decisions and move forward. They've been in town since the 1960s, and we're questioning their integrity? Serious? I don't understand that. And, you know, I'm passionate, but I believe this is a great cause. And I believe that Jesus Christ would teach the simple principle that we need to take care of the widow's mite. Period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for speaking. We'll bring it back to the board here. Again, we are just discussing the lease here. Any final questions for staff until we go into deliberations or HNS? Okay, Trustee Wing, how do you feel?
I'm good moving forward with approving the lease.
Trustee Hardy?
I don't like the terms of the lease yet.
Could you be more specific?
The length of the term, I think we're committing too much commercial downtown to long-term legacy. Taken from HNS themselves, they do hand-ups, not handouts. I feel like this is a handout, and we should be doing them a hand up. And I felt like this is more of like a temporary step up until they can get their true facility that they would like to desire to build. And that's part of the reason why I think this came to our table, is that they were having difficulties raising the $12 million or whatever it was for their building over by 7-Eleven. And now I feel like we're giving them a handout to get that sped up. So I think we just need to reconsider what we're doing for our downtown commercial and go from there.
Trustee Ayers?
I'm concerned with the amount of space. I'm not concerned with the location or the services that H&S is providing. So I would be willing to discuss the amount of space, but otherwise I'm happy with the terms of the lease as long as we can make sure that the town has a fair amount of control over the services provided and the repercussions of that. But yeah, so I'd be willing to discuss the space, but otherwise the project itself I don't have a problem with.
You're okay with the lease, though? Oh, you mean to vote?
Yeah.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes, I am okay with the terms of the lease. This project wouldn't even be in front of us if we weren't discussing an anchor tenant that was going to handle the majority of the expense, and then turn around and give that back to our community through public benefits like utility assistance and programs and community space that's managed by that entity. And so I don't see a solution to Trustee Hardy's concerns. I just see the concerns. We're trying to get H&S somewhere, but we don't have a solution for getting them anywhere. And so the need and the demand has been brought to us over and over again for all of the years I've been on the board. Certainly, no yes stamps for me. This has been a very laborious decision and a lot of lost sleep over the details of how to make not only Berthoud revitalized, but bring hope to people who are hurting in our community and care about them just as much as everybody else, if not more, because they need the assistance. So yes, I'm in favor of the lease. I think staff has done a great job of taking our recommendations from our prior meeting, and I think that it is well suited to move forward.
Okay. I feel the same as Trustee Albrecht. I feel I'm in favor of this lease as well. H&S at their last meeting described the need to grow. I think you guys are already there, but certainly we'll be growing as we have since I started. We're started at 5,000, we're at 15,000, so there will be that need. I like it that it's on Main Street. I think it's a fantastic partnership here where we get commercial on the front, we get meeting spaces, which we desperately need, and we get to help our own residents through volunteers and a nonprofit with the taxpayers are not directly funding. I mean, that just sounds like in any other community, especially over in eastern small communities that have a lot of poverty, they'd be dying to have this opportunity we are. With Ms. Buckingham's comments about not spending enough time, I don't know who I was referring to. I think we've all done a good amount of work on this. I mean, I could speak for myself. I think I've been in that building in Loveland 5 times, sometimes without staff, just questioning, is this right? And I 100% feel very passionately this is not only the right not only are they the right organization, this is the right location. And there are downtown businesses in this room tonight that would speak in favor of this location and in H&S. Not only here tonight, but over the weekend, there was other that reached out to me at Oktoberfest. So it is not a downtown businesses versus the town or H&S. It is certain businesses. Others likely don't want to speak up, still want to cause controversy. I think that's very common. So it's not that we're only hearing residents here tonight. We're hearing both sides. I think a lot of people don't want to speak up on this. Either they're scared to speak out against H&S, or if you're going through poverty on your own, I mean, I think it's pretty flat out that you don't want to speak about it. You know, you don't want people to know. We had 3-4 very brave people at our last meeting speaking to that. I mean, one lady just said, I'm downtown. Do you guys not want me here? That really got to me, right? I mean, how many others are like that but did not want to speak up? I just don't know. So I am in favor of this lease. I think it's a long time coming. And if you need to recall, you need to recall. I wouldn't want to be in a community that didn't support this. So I wouldn't want to be the mayor. I'm so passionately for our low-income residents and giving them the services that they need. I would hate to see this drop now. And the idea that, I mean, we purchased this Sunoco building with this in mind. This wasn't just an option for that building. We were looking at that building because H&S started this process where we needed to move to that. All right, I elaborated too much, but I'm in favor of this. Is there any final comments questions before vote?
They would just be subjective, but I'm sure some of you have run multi-billion-dollar businesses, and probably your biggest enemy in running a business and making decisions is analysis paralysis. And if you're smart enough to analyze information and look at things, and you've written hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of leases, there's probably comes a point in time where you go, I'm ready to make a decision. So, the comments are the comments. People feel the way they feel. I would encourage anyone to run for office, for you to spend late nights here with no pay, helping your community. What an awesome thing to do. So I would encourage you to do that. Great. Yeah. Thank you for your service in the past. So, we all do this. Every single person sitting up here is doing this for one reason. We want to make the community better. And we're not perfect and we make bad decisions, but I'll tell you, it doesn't matter what the subject is. You're going to have half the people who hate it and half the people who love it. That's business, that's politics, that's religion, it's everything else. So it's just the way it goes in public office. So thanks for your comments.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve ordinance 1364, an ordinance of the town of Berthoud, Colorado, approving a lease of a portion of the property located at 270 Mountain Avenue, Berthoud, Colorado.
Is there a second?
A second?
We have a motion. It's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Oh, I get to go first, huh? Because I really do believe in the project, even though I disagree with the space, I'm going to say yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
No.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, folks that are here for H&S. No matter what side you're on, we all appreciate you coming out. Only made this project better, so thank you. We good to move on to 4 here? All right, item number 4.
That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna stay for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, the second row.
I'm gonna stay for.
Yep. Ruth and Ray.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bring you guys some peppers up there.
They're still awake.
It's late, man. Oh, they take so many shots. You gotta say something. Good comments.
Thanks. Yeah. Didn't write them down. That's what happens. Just rambling. We have someone from Bats here tonight.
I put in there just in
Steve, who's presenting? Is it Ruth? Okay. Ruth, are you ready to?
Sorry.
Are you good? Ruth, are you ready?
You ready, Ruth? I don't know.
Welcome. So let's for the Bath Rats merger proposal. Well, it says introduced by Rath, so you're going to present to this.
Yes.
Give a little preamble, I guess, that Administrator Kirk, myself, and Trustee Ayers are in a transportation committee along with Bath's representatives. Been working for months. Had that summit. Try and do a better job coordinating with one another. Successfully worked on some software, and Jeremy's been heavily involved in this too. Thank you. To allow us to coordinate trip scheduling. Now the proposal, I'll turn it over to Ruth here, but there's kind of a new proposal or taking this to a new level. Chris and I felt, and Trustee Ayers, Jeremy well felt, we couldn't make any decisions, obviously. We wanted Raph to cover the board. We're not making any decision tonight. This is kind of a presentation, and any kind of feedback to Raft or to any of us. Is that fair?
I think that sounds right. Yep.
And you're not allowed to go to sleep. My name is Ruth Fletcher Carter, and I live at 1028 North 4th Street. I grew up in Berthoud. At 18, I couldn't leave town fast enough, and I came back when I retired. So, yes. There, I want to give a little background real quick. You pretty much have the questions, but there was the summit that you called for the last time Mr. Conaway presented to the board as a whole. And you as trustees and the board of Raft met together, and from there you said, well, we just need a task force. We're not going to all sit around this circle and do this. So the task force was formed, and Carl Ayers was on it, Mayor Karspeck, and then 2 staff members. So Mr. Oliger and Chris Kirk were the staff representatives for the town. For Raft, it was Scott Banzoff, chairman of the board, and Jason Brooks, who is vice chair of the board. And then it was just you, wasn't it, as staff? Yeah, okay. And then 1 staff member from Raft, and we had a couple of substitutes when a board member couldn't be there, other board members attended. But from that, the council was made, or the task force was made, but they also, at the summit, asked that a beginning little twinge on kind of intermingling Raft and BATS again was to see if BATS could use our scheduling system. And so they trained Adam Lasso in the system, and he now enters his requests for rides and the delivery of the rides and gathering information on the length of the ride, etc., from his smartphone. And it is this technology why I am no longer executive director. I am of the wrong generation. And I'm always just amazed at how they can use technology to solve problems and make things go much better. The purpose of this presentation is to answer 3 questions that the town representatives to the task force asked that Raft do in order to present to you, the Board of Trustees. On the 3 questions, they wanted us to present to you what would be different for the town of Berthoud should the town contract with Raft for its transportation services. Remember, you have been contracting with us since 2014 on services for seniors and adults with disabilities that are in-town residents that need out-of-town locations that cannot be met by the route to Loveland by BATS. Doctors don't care that BATS can drop you off and pick you up at 11. They want your appointment at 3. And so they're the clients that we pick up. They usually have to go through, we ask that they go through BATS. If they're in town and call Raft, can BATS take you? So they check with BATS, and then they call us back and said, no, they said they couldn't, and frequently Adam calls and warns us that, no, they don't fit in the schedule. And then those are the ones we take. So how would Raft serve the town? We would be doing more than just picking up the ones that BATS can't serve. We would be looking at the whole of general transportation and assisted transportation. How would Raft serve the town beyond its current focus on seniors and adults with disabilities? Well, we'll be answering that one. And why should the town consider a contract with Raft for its transit or transportation and not an outside contractor? Christian, do you get to go to the next slide? Oh, okay, you do,
You can
Christian.
also just push the arrow key on the laptop, but I switched it for you.
What did you say?
I said you can.
I told you why.
You can use the arrow key to go back and
Push
forth.
this one.
Yep.
Okay, I'll
Go
push
back
that
and
on the
forth,
next one.
If you
Okay.
get hung up, I can switch it for you.
What would be different for the town of Berthoud? Specifically, this question. Here are just some bullets, and because of the hour, if you want more information, you tell me which bullet you'd like me to explain. I'm not going to give the explanation for each one, hours late. Ability to address Berthoud's transit goals. You have a transit plan, and I'm going to switch forward and find it. Aha. Okay. Okay. In your transit plan that overall you paid about $100,000 for, it said the town of Berthoud has accessible and efficient service, providing community members with transportation options to reach local and regional destinations, as well as connect to regional transit services. We clearly have what we think great ideas. I'm going to run back to where those ideas are. Well, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Increase public transportation options. Raft will not stick with just what is. More services for the cost. One, your senior services will go under our volunteer driver program. That leaves some ability to look at serving the general public. And the general public gave comments in, again, your transit plan that said, they suggested some things like, we'd like some assistance with school kids. We would like to be able to get to connect to regional services. Well, now that we have the mobility center out at 56 and 25, I-25, a lot of people don't want to leave their car out there. They could easily be a target. Another one is we've had calls, can you take us, not an eligible person, this would be a town person, right, who is not 60 years old and is not disabled, but they would really like a ride to the regional airport, Loveland, Fort Collins, so they don't have to leave their car there and take Groom into the airport. Okay? Things that could easily be provided as we look at what the communities want. More services for the cost. If I have a piece of data if you want that, but meanwhile I'll just say the cost per ride would be less than what you're paying for BATS rides. Seamless transition of services for all current BATS climates. When BATS and RAFT coordinate and come together, we'll assure you that the current riders of BATS won't even know the difference until, maybe later on there's some changes made for efficiency, but they won't know the difference. Access to a volunteer driver network, that's what I was referring to. We have 40 volunteer drivers. Not necessarily targeted to the able-bodied, but to all the others. Increased outreach to and public relations with Berthoud citizens. They had a fancy name for it in the plan, but in your transit plan, but basically it says talk to the citizens on what they want. And they did it in your transit planning, and we would see starting with those objectives and going back to the new subdivisions, to Old Town, saying, do these still stand? Is this what you want? And then we would respond to that. We do not do top down, we do citizens up. Increased outreach to, I did that one, timely and concise reports. We keep ongoing reports. We have reports for the last 2 months. We have reports since we started. that tells how many rides, what were the destinations, you name it, we can produce it. And I think you'd find that you would see that you are getting the benefit that you're paid for. The next question was, how would RAFT serve the town beyond its current focus on seniors and adults with disabilities? That is true. That is our mission statement. That's why we formed. But we also have a vision statement, which is much broader. And I think you have this in here. Yes. Our vision statement is a community united by universal transportation access. That was the vision. Currently, our mission was this assisted transportation group. Doesn't have to stay that way. You just file with the state. You've changed or added a new statement. So the Town of Berthoud Transportation Vision Statement in your plan falls right under that same thing. A town of Berthoud has accessible and efficient services, providing community members with transportation options to reach local and regional destinations, as well as connect to regional transit services. We fully agree with that and fully have vision on how that can happen. You also have the Town of Berthoud transportation goals: adaptable, efficient, intentional, accessible, connected, integrated, and reliable. And I did have to chuckle on the one on intentional. It was sort of that development plan before us, and it comes up all the time that transportation is one of the things to be considered in your new development plans. Well, it's right there. Okay. Okay, so the answers to question 2, the little bullets are: BATS would be rebranded and renamed to become the General Public Transportation Program. When we talk about rebranding, meaning truly rebranding, maybe we have a contest to rename the General Transportation of Berthoud. Make the people in Berthoud aware of it, and take it away from being concerned as a senior service only. RAFT would utilize public engagement to confirm the 2023 study findings. I just said that. So we'd go out to the HOAs, and we would go to the school parent and teacher association groups, find out, is this still what stands? Do you want to add something to it? Cross-check. You can have layers, and if all of them choose 1 or 2 things, guess what's going to be our first focus? Those 1 or 2 important items first. RAFT would simplify enrollment and ride scheduling. Right now, I was going to ask H&S. They had an issue today that came up. You know, the client was, I don't know when I use RAFT, I don't know when I use BRAD, it's so confusing. And that's really true. If you're in town, you need to go out of town, you can call RAFT. But if you're in town, you go to in town, you have to call BATS. And for RAFT, you have to be 60 years old. So we have all these constraints that can be lifted when we're one group. RAFT would represent Berthoud with the regional, state, and national transportation agencies. I think you could talk to COSTA, you could talk to North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization, you could talk to CDOT. They will know RAFT. They will know RAFT, and they'll know what we're doing, because we're always at their meetings, we're at their training, we're improving our skills all the time. And we would represent Berthoud with those same regional groups instead of representing RAFT. Combining BATS and RAFT would consolidate the management of both Berthoud transportation services under one agency, resulting in greater efficiency, lower average cost per trip. Third question they wanted us to respond to: why use RAFT and not another contractor? The town has been contracting with RAFT since 2014, and we deliver. RAFT is mission-driven, not profit driven. Raft grows services organically, adapting as the community's needs change. And any nonprofit, every 10 years, needs to look at their missions and see if that's still what the community needs. And Raft is looking and came forward and said, we can help you guys. We need to provide more and help more than just in the assisted transportation. Raft knows Berthoud and is trusted and supported by the community. Well, kind of self-explanatory. If you read the paper this week, we had a van donated to us, a nice new one, okay, 14-seater. That's the kind of support we get. Raft knows Berthoud, okay, both general transit and assisted transportation will be under a single organization. And one of the things that the transportation plan said is that if Berthoud even did the general population, they would still need Raft. So, Raft is flexible and rider focused. We kept talking with H&S, finding out blah, blah, blah. How old is she? Where does she live? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe we can take her. Raft provides documented accountability. Raft has continuous involvement and interactional with federal, state, county, and local transportation agencies. We do. Like I said, mention Raft to them, and as small as we are, they know who we are. Raft is aware of transportation and nonprofit funding sources and has staff ability to seek and manage awarded funds. So the town gets the benefit of us being a nonprofit. So not only your taxes and all can help do it, but we can go to other granting agencies for specific needs. That's how we got our technology for the smartphone. We wrote a grant. Raft will provide the town with professional transit leadership. Just quickly saying, the current director has 28 years in transportation. And he's certified as a, well, what is that certification? It's pretty fancy wording. He is certified.
Yeah, I trust you.
Okay. you want to go home, right? Yeah. He's certified in the management of town transportation. And a very dedicated staff. They love transportation. They want to see Berthoud thrive. They're from Berthoud. They care. And Raft will provide the town. Did that one. Raft and his staff have been recognized locally, countywide, statewide, and nationally with awards for ingenuity and outstanding service. That's the Berthoud Area Chamber of Commerce, the Volunteers of America of Larimer County, the Colorado chapter of AARP, and I didn't know this group existed till we got the award, okay? The National Center for Volunteer Driver Programs. Didn't know it existed, but we got award, and the funding that came with it from the agency let us pay off our first van. So remember those things. We talked about the vision statement. The town's transportation vision under the plan falls under our larger one. All we do to be able to expand our services is notify the Colorado Secretary of State's office to the change, and I think they're still working. If you have any questions.
Thank you. You did great.
Well, all the stuff I wrote, I dropped.
For being worried about electronics, you did very good.
Yep.
Questions, trustees? For staff?
Is there a highlight?
Yeah, so what, you know.
Well, that's a good point. The highlight of the next step, I guess, first off, Administrator Kirk, that would be if we want to do this, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to further explore the idea of combining BATS and Raft, and we've talked about it in a couple of different ways in this committee. I think the way I see it, and I think the way we've articulated in the committee, is that you'd basically be choosing to eliminate bats and contract with RAF to provide that service.
The numbers make sense? I mean, is that a
I don't know that we've
recommendation
gotten.
you
I
guys
don't
would
think that we've gotten into those numbers. I mean, that's a lot of the conversation we've had at the committee meetings. We've talked about, needing to answer questions like, how many drivers is this going to take? What's it going to cost to provide the service? I think the idea of we would assume that with kind of the nonprofit structure that they have, they utilize volunteer drivers. Although I don't know that volunteer drivers make sense for the service we provide today with bats. So how does that transition into paid drivers that work for Raft with vehicles that Raft owns and maintains, and which is different than volunteer drivers who drive their own cars? And so, can we work through those details, those numbers? I don't know that we have those.
What do you see as the next step? I mean, is there a time frame where you wrap it all up and hey, here's option 1, 2, or 3?
I'd like to wrap it up by January 1st, 2026, and start the new year as a combined program.
And I think from my perspective, I think we've articulated this in these meetings. Our concern is just that we have that information to provide to you. How is this structurally going to work? I mean, I think at a high level, it could certainly be, a positive change. I just don't know. We have a lot of specifics about what would that contract look like. And I think that's the information we still need to kind of work through.
Are you guys moving along? I mean, are you guys working on a next step?
Well, we stopped just for this I would say we stopped for this conversation to see if we want, this is like a fork in the road. We want to just keep working on software and jointly stuff, or is this more of a conversation now of Raft kind of consolidating, taking this all on? So I guess that's what I thought tonight would be, is this general direction of, is this something that we're interested in, or?
I don't know what I don't
Yeah, I mean, I
so
think that's.
I would like to see a recommendation.
Yeah, and I think I'm not prepared to make a recommendation tonight.
No, not tonight.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I would really like from the trustees is a direction to proceed with developing the contract, and then you vote on the contract. And it might be the same task force, or maybe different members want to be on it. The task force could now do the hammering out of the numbers and that kind of thing. That's what I would like, is say, start working on it seriously. This is time.
Thank you.
It's time.
Trustees?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just have a couple comments on that.
Okay.
First, I would like to make sure that the town drivers not lose their jobs. I think that would be important next step for me. Just because if we would merge, I want to make sure that they have that security until they decide that they don't.
To be that, yeah, that's what's hammered out in that group. Yep.
And then I think my concern, and I've made this comment before, but I just want to bring it up again just in the public forum. So on number 3, why use Raft and not another contractor?
Mm-hmm.
My concern is that if we were to move forward with this and some sort of press release or some sort of community outreach happens, and the community knows now that we're sort of updating the service, we're updating what can happen, I fear that if people who want to use the service for whatever reason, if they are denied because Raft, Bats, whatever it might become, is not able to provide that service, they will never again contact the service. Because they tried once, it's not there, that's it for that person or those people. And so with under 3, C and F, right? Raft grows services organically, adapting as the community's needs change.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is connected with F. Raft is flexible and rider focused.
Mm-hmm.
And my concern, once again, is that I wrote this down so I wouldn't forget it. If when the service changes, if the service changes, and the service is not able to provide any kind of service that any third-party provider would be able to provide initially, you've lost all of those people that might have used a third party instead of rack bats. Does that make sense?
Can you give an example of that?
Yeah, so if I want to use a third party,
Like an Uber?
whatever, right? Microtransit, Uber, whatever, right? Let's say microtransit because that's kind of the alternate option since Uber exists. If microtransit were able, I'm not saying that they are, but if they were able to provide a ride from Hayes Market to, I don't know, maybe you couldn't find something at Hayes, so you need to go to the King Supers right now. If that is available from a third party, and it is not immediately available by raft bats, we've now lost that person. That person will never again call, they'll just drive. And so I'm concerned that, and I'm not saying that this is a negative, right? The fact that you guys organically change and adapt to the community's needs, that's wonderful, right? But at a rollout of a new service, I think it is incredibly important to be able to say yes to everything, regardless of what it is, if that service could have been provided by some other entity. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. We did a little research on if there was to be a private firm in Collar was going to come to Berthoud and provide at least a pilot on microtransit, and they said at a minimum of $500,000 for 1 year. The other thing that we can do very well, though, is should the congressional grant finally have funding with it, we would be more than delighted to work with the town on that pilot. And then, guess what? Organically changes happen. Yeah. But right now, you're wanting an organic change when it's not available. At any time, they can use Uber. If they've ever paid for Uber from Berthoud, it'll cross their eyes. We use Z-Trip at a contract that if we ever were unable to carry out a ride that we had signed up for and promised, that we could call Z-Trip and they'd come to Berthoud and get them. Well, if you ever wondered if bats or raft was costing too much, that trip cost us $81. But we paid it because we weren't able to carry out our obligation. And I think the same will happen if the grant comes through. Then, I mean, I know it's awarded, but I also know how Congress works, right? If the funding comes through for the grant, and then there's an application to FTA telling you exactly what you're going to do, that's where we're more than willing to work with the town. And then it's a new scenario.
Right now I have Trustee Ayers' requests are job assurance for current drivers and assurance of ride availability competitive with third-party transportation companies. Is that right? Sure. Trustee Albrecht, anything right now?
I think this has been a long time coming, and so it's nice to see this brought to us. I think it's going to be great to have an expanded service in Berthoud that's in one place. Obviously, very similar to H&S, we're going to need to have a contract that states kind of those expectations from the town side, so there's those boundaries, but I think we already work beautifully together, and the services you guys provide are reputable and amazingly uniquely Berthoud. And so I'm excited to see that expand. I'm excited to see more budget from staff on what that's going to look like financially from the town side. It's kind of hard to say go for it until we get those numbers. I think as far as being competitive with other services, I think, you know, it makes sense to do that in time. I don't know that we can always be competitive, especially when, I mean, again, we have a nonprofit stepping up to provide a service that's not already provided in town to this extent. or even to the extent that they've been providing, it's a service that the town can't operate without their partnership. And so we would be foolish to not partner with them and expand services to Berthoud's community. This isn't for the benefit of Raft, it's for the benefit of the citizens of Berthoud. So I'm super excited that this is coming into some solidarity and some points here that we can really get around. So I'm excited to see that move forward.
Yeah, okay. Trustee Wing, you've already kind of...
Yeah, I just, some of the comments, just want to make sure that it's not 100% for every single thing. And so that maybe some of the people who are needy are overlooked because some of the people who might be abusing it are using it. So it just seemed, I would just add a bit of caution in there. You know, it can't be a catch-all for everything. So there should be, I would think, some regulation or criteria on what is and isn't available. Is that a logical thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, in discussion with the different groups in Berthoud, that will be part of the discussion. Right. I mean, those that are transportation limited may take a priority over someone with 3 cars, and they just don't want to go. We'd love to take you anyway, but yeah, those kinds of things will be worked out, and with community input.
Great, thank you. Good answer.
I was just going to add, I think that having the prioritization, but maybe even different teams, delegated to different offerings would be totally appropriate. Different vehicles, different needs. If you have a special needs vehicle that, is needed for those, individuals, that would make sense too. So it'd be nice to flesh that out.
Well, there's a group of children that have been mentioned unsoliciting, and was also mentioned during the transit study, and that was latchkey students that can't drive. Not saying that's it, but I know that will come up, and that's something we'll be discussing.
I think from town staff's perspective, I think the question that we have, and maybe you can answer this tonight or maybe not, and I don't mean to overcomplicate this. Do you want to continue to provide the same service we provide now, or would you expect that through this effort that we would be finding a way to provide expanded service? I think there's a difference between asking RAF to do what we do today. Mm-hmm. The only reason we would do that is for convenience for the client and for lower costs, I think. I mean, otherwise, why would we change what we're doing today unless we could achieve those 2 goals? Or do we want to expand the availability of service similar to what we had previously applied for and received a grant award for microtransit, on-demand, bigger service area, larger availability kind of service? Do we want to, if we're going to even try to put pencil to paper on a contract or a plan for that, do we want to do what we're doing now, or do we want to look at how do we expand our offering?
Yeah, I think if it would be jointly, it would make sense to me. I don't want to hog this conversation, that there would be naturally an expansion in service.
I would expect that to be true too, yeah.
That's a good point. So personally, I would think so, yeah.
And what if it was staged and that they absorb?
Yeah, I mean, I think so long as we had a clear plan for how that would get done.
The long-range goal is the more expanded services.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeremy's got the history too of where we used to be with that. So there was a time where we did have more expanded services than we do now.
Yes.
So
yeah.
You have there's institutional knowledge on where that was.
Yeah. Well, again, that'll be grown organically, and it'll be some of the things that were brought up in your transit study, sure, which we talked about. Connecting to regional. Another thing that comes up is, having that vehicle for available extended hours. When do you need to catch bus dang? It is not at 10 in the morning. It is at 7 in the morning. All right. So there may be keeping your drivers, but they may not find they have the same schedule, because we're looking at the needs of the riders, and we already have data that shows early morning and afternoon into evening till 5 is our high use time. Well, if we extend those hours out, then it may be that they have split shifts. Because that's what meets the driver's need, the rider's need.
And I think if the town board is okay with that, I think what I would suggest that we continue to work with the committee, come back to you with a kind of a more specific plan of how this would all work, right? I mean, I think there's been some good discussion, feedback.
Just want to make sure, Trustee Hardy, you didn't have anything to add?
No, everything's sounding great.
Okay, so we got we got 6 bullet points right now. I think they're all great that we can work on. And then general guidance to staff and to this committee to keep working on this.
Yep.
Come back with the numbers, the details.
Good.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
So what's your decision?
We are going to go, yes, we are directing staff, or that's the committee, to explore this in more detail, a merger.
Okay.
Okay, and then I will type these out, and so.
So can I think in my mind coming up with the contract when we're talking about more details? Is that
I think that's naturally where we're going towards, but I think
Okay.
right now it's staff coming up with details, and maybe that's, I really, maybe it's too late right now, but I can't think of what that looks like, but that's certainly what that
Okay.
conversation.
Well, I think we can look at it one of two ways. Raft can propose what they think the contract should look like, or we can propose what we think the contract should look like.
Mhm.
We provided some kind of we provided an outline for what we would have likely solicited for proposals for microtransit as a starting place. Like, hey, this is the direction the town was headed. Could you achieve these goals? I think the answer was
Just remember, if you want microtransit, we'll need the money.
I need to
Yep.
hear our administrator.
Okay, sorry.
right. And so, we can start with that framework, or we can just ask Raft to. It may be easier to ask Raft to provide, what are the terms under which they think the contract makes sense. I think that'd be helpful from my perspective. I mean, we've had a lot of these conversations. I'm still a little bit fuzzy about exactly what we'd put in that contract. But maybe that's a good starting place, is to say, hey, you give us the terms you think make sense in this contract, and then we can evaluate those and also comment and get some better specificity about how that all looks.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
That work? Start there.
And I think just, considering what requests we'd have as a town from them for that service. Like,
Right.
Do we want them to assist with events and transportation for TPC tournament, things like that, just kind of, I think, brainstorming what those requests would be specifically from us to them, I think would help us to look at that at the same time.
Yep. And I think we can work through those together as a committee. I think that'll make sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Nice job.
Good job.
And have a good night's sleep.
You too.
We'll see you, I guess staff will put up some committee dates.
Yeah, we'll set a new committee meeting date in the next week or two.
Thank you very much. Jogging along here, folks. Number 5, we have the water reclamation facility, yard improvements, phase IA, or 1A, ancillary projects. Our water utilities director.
Nailed it.
What? It was the acronym in my head right there. Ken Knapp, thank you. Thanks for Savannah. Thanks for being out this morning.
Thank you, Mayor, Board of Trustees. So basically what we're wanting to talk to you about briefly this evening is a change order to this existing progressive design build project that we have going on at the water reclamation facility. I want to back up a little bit, provide a little bit of history, because it is kind of unique. When you hear change order, you think things have overrun and the contractor needs more money. That's not what we're talking about here. Soon after I came on board, before we even really started thinking about the biological improvements at the plant that we're working on now, it was brought to me multiple kind of high importance equipment issues that we were having at the plant. In late 22, I commissioned a small study, putting together some concepts on how to fix some of these equipment issues. We got some cost estimates put together. Like a lot of things in capital infrastructure construction, it stretched out and took a lot longer than I would have liked to have gotten to the point. So when we finally got to the point with that work where we were going to talk about design and construction, we were already butted up to the Phase 1A project. We were already looking at how do we want to deliver that and interviewing contractors and engineers and everything. So we hit the brakes on that. We also had an impetus to move as fast as we could on the biological project, the BNR project. The thought was we'll get this contractor on board, see how they're doing. Are we getting good costs, good work? Do they work well with us? All of those questions are pretty resounding yes. That is everything that we've done so far with this contractor has been good. So now we're looking ahead at let's go ahead and have this contractor do those equipment repairs and modifications that we called for back in this 2023 study. So that's some background. So we've gone to them. We've asked for designs. They put some designs together for us very quickly. The Burns Mac team did, and the contractors costed those out. So Sven, you want to kind of walk us through what the specifics are of those?
Yeah, so there is the big portion of this, I'm sure as you guys were out at the plant, we talked about this, is the HVAC system getting upgraded. It's you can actually just see how old it is, and it's rusting out in those buildings, which is not uncommon for a wastewater facility with the corrosion and the H2S. And a lot of it's just aged with the HVAC system going out. It's really easy for the equipment to overheat and also get worn out, so it's just a kind of perpetual problem. So that's the big chunk of this. The other part of it will be replacing the headwork screen. So that first building we walked into where it was catching everything, that screen's been there. It's wearing out. It's taking a lot of O&M, so that's also part of the replacement. We'll also be replacing some of the RAS pumps, which is the returned activated sludge, which will go into the BNR project. So that's returning the bugs to eat more of the food to actually clean the water. You guys knew I was going to mention bugs at some point, right?
And eating.
And then also replacing some of the non-pot hydrants. So we actually use the effluent water that would go into the river. We pump it back into the system, into the hydrants to do work on the plant. So we're actually not having to buy water from Little Thompson when we're doing work on that. So a couple of the hydrants are old, and we're also just putting a couple new ones in too. So that's the majority of the project. Like Ken said, as we kind of got into Phase 1A, these are things that are needing to get done, but our operations staff keeps things moving forward, so it was constantly kind of getting pushed out. But if we're going to have a contractor out there doing the work, ordering equipment, it just kind of made sense to lump this in now. So the entire, those four all come to 1.8 million. That will all be spent this year. About 600,000 will be spent this year on just getting equipment ordered and submittals, and then the majority of it will be next year when it's actually getting installed.
Yeah, so is that part of the capital budget for 2025 or 2026?
It's in 2025. We had it budgeted, but it will roll a lot of that over in 2026.
Enough to cover all that
Yes,
with budget?
yeah. So it'll
Right.
be Phase 1A gets covered in the rest of it in 2026, and then we'll also roll this over. So
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, this seems like it needs to be done, and I think it's very smart to do it while you have a contractor out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you had to wait this long for us to say that, but it makes sense. If there's nothing else, but we can, anyone move on this?
Yeah, I move to authorize staff to proceed with the implementation of the Berthoud WRF Phase 1A ancillary project in coordination with the design builder on the existing Phase 1A contract.
Is there a second? Second. Trustee Wing has moved, trustee Ayers has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Thank you very much.
yeah, thank you.
By the time you guys arrive home, it'll be tomorrow. Okay, in there. Next, introduction of the 2026 preliminary budget is also a state requirement. So Administrator, that's why it had to be on tonight.
That's correct.
And, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck and
Put it on the
trustees. Cindy Leach, our incredible finance director, is here as well. If you do have detailed questions, What I will say, and this has been our case pretty much every year for the last many years, we have an obligation to present a preliminary budget to you by October 15th, and to also, this gives us an opportunity to set a public hearing date for our budget adoption, which would be in December. The budget that was included in your packet is a very high level, very initial estimate that is missing a lot of detail. What you will see in your budget meeting in November is a refined budget based on budget meetings that will be taking place with staff over the next couple of weeks. So just the way our budget calendar lays out, it's tough for us to get a really detailed, comprehensive budget prepared prior to this statutory timeline. And so what we've included here are some budget estimates with some minor increases in revenue and expense associated with certain categories. We do have a very large number of personnel additions already called out in this budget. Potentially increasing our staff by 11 or 12 new positions, which is significant in the context of a town that has a little more than 60. So I don't know if we will ultimately agree to all those from an administrator standpoint. We'll be meeting with, again, department heads and department managers over the next few weeks to go through all those details, their specific requests, and then look at how those fit into the overall budget. What we will not bring to you is a budget that shows negative ending fund balance in any fund. There may be, and we've done this every year, where we're spending reserves on large capital purchases. So a comment was made by Mr. Lincoln or Mr. Haas or Miss Lincoln. I can't remember who mentioned it, who said it. Something about that the park development fund was upside down or something similar to that. I think the comment was in reference to the fact that we spent more last year out of our park development fund than we took in revenue. That was an intentional choice because we were spending some reserves on capital projects like the town park or Arboretum. So we may have some of those funds again. We will have some very large capital spend requests that we will explain to you at those budget hearings. I already know those are coming, but we're still refining some of that over the next few weeks about kind of what really is truly the scope of those and how much of that can we realistically get done in 2026. So those will all be based on master plans and the other decisions that the town board has already previously made. So I don't intend to go through this fund by fund like we will during the budget hearing. Wanted to get our initial look at this, knowing that there will be some large changes between what you see in this packet and what you will again see in November, largely driven by capital expenses that are not reflected here, also driven by potential cuts in some of the initial requested personnel and some potential cuts to some of the ongoing expenses or increases in ongoing expenses if those are necessary and justified based on staff requests. So we will bring a more comprehensive, detailed budget back to you in November. We would also ask, however, that tonight you make a motion to set a public hearing on December 9th, 2025 for the expected adoption of the 2026 annual budget.
Awesome. If there's any questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm not looking for any answers for this. The revenues look like they're all in line where we've been running. The expenses, I would just ask you to look at, and again, I don't want an answer now really, but economic development, total parks, planning, engineering, there's just big deltas there, right? And you'll come back to us on that. And then the glaring one is we go from $6 million to $600,000 on the cap projects. I'm not looking for an answer.
Yep.
But I think when we get into more detail, right, we'll want to dig into
We'll
that
walk you
just a
through
little
all
bit.
that.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's great.
And I would expect that number to be much higher than 600,000 when we bring it back to you. Yeah.
Because we have a lot.
We got a lot of things on the list. Yeah.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay. We do have to set a hearing, a date. Is there anyone who'd like to move on this preliminary budget?
I'll do it. I move to schedule a public hearing on December 9th, 2025 at the hour 6:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as practicable to consider the adoption of the 2026 annual budget and associated ordinances of the town of Berthoud, and to direct staff to publish a notice for the same in accordance with the local government budget law of Colorado.
Is there a second?
Second. Go ahead.
Trustee Ayers has moved. Okay, we have Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, please roll call vote.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbach?
Yes. Okay. Final item tonight is consideration of a mayor pro tem appointment. I don't know how much background we want to give on this, but some trustees were concerned by a letter. I think we're all a little concerned about a letter the mayor pro tem sent to Administrator Kirk. Less suggestions and more kind of a demanding feel or tone to that. I, of course, was involved in that meeting. I did get my questions answered, and I thought you handled that meeting incredibly well, Administrator Kirk. Let's see here. I'm just trying to get the facts out here.
I have a comment.
Sure. And the letter came out, and yeah, I'll turn over to Trustee Wing.
Yeah, so I've just made myself some notes. So, as a board of the town of Berthoud, we have an obligation to uphold certain standards and self-police ourselves. When situations arise that require our attention, to do nothing is a failure on our part to represent the town in the appropriate fashion. In Mayor Pro Tem's communication with Administrator Kirk, both written and in person, on or about October 5th, Mayor Pro Tem's actions were unbecoming a board member. At a high level, there are 3 areas of concern. In an email dated October 5th from the Mayor Pro Tem to Administrator Kurt, under the heading of Performance of Administrator Kurt, Mayor Pro Tem implies and questions Administrator Kurt's integrity, ability to be trusted, the professionalism of his staff, taking his job seriously, poor performance in accomplishing tasks, being misaligned with board and public directives, making assumptions instead of asking questions, doesn't vet legal documents prior to board meetings. The second area of concern is the Mayor Pro Tem's physical aggressiveness directed at Administrator Kurt based on an eyewitness account. The third area of concern, giving direction to Administrator Kurt to inappropriate discipline one of his employees. This is clearly out of the scope of the Mayor Pro Tem based on an eyewitness account. Interactions mentioned above have the potential to have a significant negative impact on the town if Administrator Kirk elects to leave his position. Based on the Mayor Pro Tem's actions, at a minimum, he should be removed as Mayor Pro Tem. I would look to guidance on how we proceed. If you'd like to get into the minutia, I'm happy to go into more specific detail on any of the items mentioned.
Is there anything, trustees have any questions regarding this? I would, so tough.
Yeah, I have no questions, but I guess I have a couple comments, but that's okay. Go ahead, man.
So none of this in my mind, I didn't know anything about a physical aggression. Yeah, I would like to know more about that.
Yeah, so in an instant, and I think you may have been there, Mayor Pro Tem pounded his hand on the desk. There's something in business and in life called intent versus impact. Intent is irrelevant. It's the impact you have on the situation. The impact in that situation was not positive for Administrator Kirk.
Okay, Trustee Ayers?
So I wasn't there. I wasn't privy to first-hand account, right? I'm not saying that didn't happen. Based on the comments in the emails that are public record, I do feel that Mayor Pro Tem went outside the scope of his responsibilities and duties. I also think that it is difficult to remove someone from their position or responsibilities without having that person present to defend themselves.
Agree.
And I think that such a decision made without that person present would set a pretty bad precedent for future possible indiscretions of any of the board members present or future. And so without hearing the other side of the story and without having a public conversation, I don't feel that it is correct to have a vote on the issue, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Anyone other with thoughts right now?
I have similar sentiments. I think it's fair to wait till Pro Tem Murphy is in the room to be able to defend himself appropriately and have a discussion with him honorably.
Okay. Trustee Hardy, do you have anything to add? Okay. Yeah, double-edged sword. I think if we're going to do it, a piece of me just wants to say, have that vote, get it over with. And the piece of me also thinks they might have avoided this meeting tonight because of this conversation and having your dirty laundry aired out twice. A little cruel for me.
You know,
But if the board, yeah, I guess I support waiting. I do have problems with this. I'll just say that now. I don't agree with what he did. I can attest for him as being a great mayor. I think Kelly Seaton's comments today were totally accurate in that this 9th and Mountain Avenue crossing really wouldn't be feasible without him. So he's been instrumental in that and very supportive in other areas that I think has benefited the whole board. There was something about this port movement. I'll be honest, it got me spooked. I just didn't choose to respond the way he did, I guess. But that really caught him off guard. And so I kind of look like this as a learning experience for him and really a one-off. And I do see there is a different issue here with relationship in the port committee and that possibly needing for him to tell Administrator Kirk to look after their staff on that. But there's multiple issues in this, but I just want to say overall, I think this is a one-off experience. I have not seen, at least in my experience, this is kind of an ongoing problem. Maybe you guys disagree with me on that. If there was a physical aggression in that meeting that day, I guess I don't remember that, but I see what you're saying about that.
if you'd like, Administrator Kirk can comment on that.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. I'm just
Okay.
saying I just don't remember.
Yeah, and this isn't fun to do, right? But I do think that we have an obligation to at least surface this. Wherever it comes, wherever it goes, so be it. But at least, we
address it.
Yeah,
I agree.
and that's. I mean, to me, it's bygones. Just address it, whatever the issue is, whatever you decide. Good, move on, and whatever it is. So, however, whatever next steps are.
I think that's our.
I do want to say one other thing though. I reached out to him because I wanted to have the conversation because I'm not a fan of this. I think things can be worked out. We have an obligation to speak things in front of the public if they need to be. If they don't need to be, then we don't. So I tried to go that route. Just to be honest with you, to take the high road.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of
Sure.
this.
Yeah, you didn't want it to be.
100%.
deliberate.
100%.
Yeah, okay. Is there, unless anyone has anything else to add, we'll just have to reschedule this to the next meeting, I guess?
Okay.
Sounds like we all want to do that?
Table to the
next meeting. Yeah, so we'll just take that as direction to staff to bring this back at a future meeting. Let's move on now. We made it.
Yeah.
To reports. Trustee Hardy.
Wanted to say kudos. I noticed the blinky lights over on Berthoud Parkway and also the additional ones on Mountain Avenue going in. Cool to see some progress there. Berthoud Main Street's formed a board, and we will have started scheduling meetings with Gail at Main Street USA, or Colorado, to start our training and progress on that. And, yeah, looking forward to the upcoming holiday stuff.
Awesome. Trustee Ayers.
So there was a rather contentious port meeting last week or week before. The main agenda item was the Trails Master Plan update, which everything is moving forward in good direction. So it's pretty exciting to see all the trails and updates that are happening. If you guys want specific, I can go into those. Otherwise, there were two votes that the committee presented for me to present to the board. The first one is that they unanimously voted that I reiterate to the board the priorities of the port committee, which are, in this order: trails and bike paths, outdoor pool, natural areas and open space, an amphitheater. There was, the reason that vote came up was there was a concern with some of the projects that the board has been discussing may or may not agree with those focus points, right? The second vote that they took, eyes don't work. They voted to recommend a joint session to discuss these concerns at a future board meeting or a study session. And I understand that I have to get basically concurrence with the board in order for that to happen.
Aren't we doing a working session on that again? I thought we were having a follow-up to
We are with more numbers. I think yours is to include port joint session. Is that what you're saying?
That was their recommendation, was that a port.
Should we vet ours first before they're part of it? 'Cause it sounds like
that's
common.
A question for us.
So
Okay.
the port committee is an advisory body to the town board. You can choose to have a joint session with them. We've done that once before. As staff, we typically recommend you don't have joint sessions because they're a little wonky. You know, we are going to bring back numbers and specifics to you. Hopefully at your next meeting, we have a couple of big calendars. And for what it's worth, I grossly underestimated how much time things were going to take tonight, so I apologize. We're here at 11:30 again.
I estimated correctly. You just said it had to be done. I was ready to cut this thing in half.
You did, and we did actually remove an item from the agenda tonight and tried to remove a second one. We couldn't successfully do that. But then we had to add another one back in.
No,
anyway, but you know, I think that's really it's really at the preference of the town board. You can hold your own work session, invite them to participate, but not as a joint meeting. You can choose to hold a joint meeting with them, or you can choose to not hold a work session at all, deal with this in a regular meeting, and invite them to participate if they're so inclined. All of those are options available to you. I think what they've requested is a joint session, work session format. There was some question, there was some debate, I think, in the conversation about, like, should we invite the public? I think everybody clearly agreed, like, absolutely, you have to invite the public. You can't exclude any groups. So.
Yeah, not closed door. What about just preference? You used the word, I couldn't recall it, but not a joint session, but I mean, before I said, if you have questions, just raise your hand. We can kind of do that where port has preference, but the board still runs it.
Actually, I felt like that meeting wasn't very productive because of how much input we were receiving, almost like a regular board meeting.
To be clear, let's talk about the last one, because only two raised their hand. So
we had.
You were thinking about the one before that, I think.
Yeah, the session with all the baseball players and.
Oh, that was it. Okay.
So that was, it felt like we couldn't get traction because we were just taking comments, and so we couldn't really discuss it the way we were hoping to, which is the point of a study session, is that we can kind of bounce those ideas around until we get to. So we really need, court to provide us with their suggestions, and then we take that into this chamber to bounce around, because otherwise it gets convoluted and we don't make any decisions, and then we're back at the beginning again. And so I think, as much as I love their input, we need it. I think for a study session, it needs to, I mean, can we have, public has to be invited, but do we have to take public comment at a study session?
You don't. We've never, what we do typically, that's just precedent that I know, that we just don't do general public comment, but we still open it up for that particular, and certainly there's always the chance that can be taken advantage of.
Well, it's always helpful when we have study sessions in like an executive room with recording on and it's live, so people are still hearing what's happening in that room, but we're kind of focused on that conversation because we're not making a decision anyway until.
Oh, you're talking about an executive session. You're talking about when we went upstairs.
Yeah, like our study sessions. Yeah, I feel like I'm just saying. I like that we tried different things. That might be the most conductive for a decision, so that we can have a decision brought to us for the next meeting, instead of just a lot more questions.
Unless I am incorrect, that is the thoughts behind their recommendation.
But it would be just us, not them joining it, right? At the table.
The-
They're certainly allowed.
The vote was for a joint study session because of that issue, because they felt that they got to speak, but their voice as an advisory body was drowned out by public comment. And so their concern, yes, that was their concern.
Can they provide their comments in advance?
I don't know what you just said.
Can they provide their comments in advance of the meeting to us?
Or can they present to us and then we'll have our meeting after we've taken all their information?
I think part of the challenge with this is my take for what it's worth. I could be totally wrong about this. I think part of the challenge with the port committee as a body probably cannot provide a comprehensive, specific recommendation to you. There are a lot of opinions on that committee that are a little bit different. And so I think while they did say kind of clearly, these are our priorities in order, that I think is a easy, broad statement for them to agree to. Is it worth bringing them in as a group and then kind of hearing from them individually as committee members? I don't know that they would be speaking as a committee, if that makes sense. It would be a group of committee members, but I don't know that they've really taken a really it does. It is a little bit.
We're getting all these different opinions. Seems like there should be that group working towards a unison of, we believe this is the priority. They hash that out, they work, they discuss it, give and take, and they end up with okay, here's where we ended up. This is what we'd like the board to consider. We sit in a meeting and we got 12 different opinions flying around. I don't know how we end up on something like that.
Well, and I think that conflicts staff because, what direction do they take?
Yeah, it's not really joint. At the end of the day, it does consolidate or come back to us to direct staff. So I see it.
I feel like a work session with the town board, with a special invite to the board committee to come and to share their specific feedback to you as part of a work session, is not a bad idea. Whether or not that's a joint work session, I think there's some semantics involved. Like, it's still your meeting. It's still ultimately, as the mayor points out, you're going to ultimately give us direction, not the port committee, right? In that.
I like that. What about they come at the beginning and
do a presentation,
and the chair presents their formal, opinion.
You can ask questions.
Yeah, I think
and then
that
we have our group which is going to be a greater scope than just the things they're focusing on. I think maybe.
Well, I think they're both recreating. I don't know.
Are they 100% aligned?
The scope
is identical.
Same. Yeah, I mean they're both talking about recreation and work priorities. So I agree with that. I agree with a lot of this stuff. Is there anyone? Okay, I'll just start there. The idea of having a representative of port come forward, so we don't get. They all have to talk ahead of time of what they really want to prioritize in this presentation. So then the chair presents to us. We can ask questions, and then it kicks off our conversation.
I like that.
You're not looking happy. You want
No, I haven't. No, yeah, I'm exhausted. Yeah, I guess I mean, it's the board's decision, right? So my only caveat would be that when said work session were to be scheduled, they maybe get a little bit of heads up so that they could, I don't know how that would work either because they're a public entity. And they couldn't have a meeting. Can they have meetings outside of public?
No, but we could schedule another meeting for them.
Yeah, they would need to have a scheduled
They
meeting.
would have to have a scheduled meeting
I think that's
come up with
appropriate,
a unanimous presentation, which would then be given.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Are your meetings, are they in this room?
I think
The
part of-
public's invited. Does the public come?
I will say I think part of the concern is that they don't have all the information that we have yet, right? So I think we would be coming to them with information for them to review it and then make a presentation to you about the information that we're going to present to you. Does that make sense? It's it's kind of a wonky.
So,
but we would need to present all that to them first.
Which actually I'm okay with.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It just I think there's some, yeah.
And to be the committee had some specific concerns that they want to discuss. So I don't even know if it would be I don't know. I don't know if it would be necessary to provide them with the full agenda of a different meeting, or just create an extra meeting for Port to organize their thoughts based on the concerns that caused this recommendation. English?
Yeah, I get it. You're saying that's just not a special meeting with us, but Port just runs their own special, a new meeting for Port. Or you're saying a joint session?
If you guys want them to give a presentation and not have a conversation, then they need to have a meeting before our work session. But I don't know that it's necessary to provide them with all of the information that would be coming to this meeting, although it would probably help.
Yeah.
See the problem, because there would be a timing issue. Because when do we get out all of the information that we're going to have in our meeting? We would have to get that out to them so that they could schedule a separate meeting on all of that information, versus just scheduling a separate meeting as things stand to present to us their concerns, which precipitated in them making a recommendation that I asked for a meeting.
I just don't want to have a brainstorming session where they all have a different point of view, because we'll walk out of the meeting and I don't think much will be accomplished. So I really think it's incumbent on them to come up with a plan and a recommendation where they're in agreement on it.
Well, and could we just take their priorities as their recommendation? And
Yeah,
'cause
if they
they've
have
talked
them.
about that and belabored it for a long time, right? And my concern too is I don't think there's consensus amongst all of them on the best path forward. And so if it were up to me, we'd get individual emails saying, you've looked at these things a million times, just please send me your personal thoughts on what you've seen, observed, how you'd like things to move forward based on where this conversation's headed. And then we'll get the full presentation from staff and can apply that where we need to. They don't have all the information, we don't have all the information. And I think ultimately we have to decide, because we look at the whole picture. They're looking at this very narrow topic with expertise, and so I want their expertise, but we have to look at it with the full picture. So I think I don't know, having too much involvement could really make that difficult. So how do we uncomplicate this?
I think I'll suggest that perhaps they, during their November meeting, assuming there's a November Port Committee meeting, as would be typical, first week of the month on Wednesday, that they, settle on what their recommendation to you would be. If it's appropriate, staff can present all the information that we intend to present to you, which we would have likely done later this month. But I think it would make sense. The only reason why it doesn't make sense to do it is if we want to go fast, right? I mean, this process is bureaucratic, to have multiple meetings with the committee and then the board and the committee and the board. That's fine from a town staff perspective. The primary driver of hey, let's get this back in front of the town board is to try and make a decision so that we don't. And I think everybody knows the concern is, can we get an outdoor pool built now, right? I mean, that's what I keep hearing. I think that's what's been driving most of this conversation anyway. Mm-hmm. That's really how it all started was.
Pretty big.
But yeah, it is. But the whole conversation started with, hey, town staff is saying the outdoor pool is 10 years away. We got to hit the brakes, pivot, and go back to an outdoor pool. That's how we got to this whole place in the first place. So that's been kind of driving this whole discussion. Now, if we're okay, if a pool doesn't open until 2028 instead of 2027, we have lots of time to work through this kind of process. If we want to try to get a pool open by 2027, we're going to be up against it real fast, depending on what the ultimate decision is. And so that's really what's driving timing. Otherwise, we have lots of time to, if we're more concerned about the process, which I think is valid, then we can go to the Port Committee in November. We can share with them all the information that we have about financing options and all the stuff we talked about, all the stuff we've refined since the last meeting. We asked you to kind of give us, look, we got a fork in the road. Do you want us to study this option, or do you want us to just continue plowing this way? we said, okay, let's study this option before we fully commit. Now we have some extra detail. We'll have a proposal from the design firm about how much is it going to cost to repackage Richardson. We'll have specific numbers from our financial consultant, a suite of options. We're also doing some high-level cost estimating as we repackage the phases. We'll have a little more refined picture to present. So we could present that to Port at their meeting in November and then have a work session with the board and share their feedback with all the information from staff, maybe the third week of November, if there's time to do that.
Pretty close with a couple options, didn't it? Didn't it seem like we sort of got pretty close to where, and pretty much agreement, and we just said, go back and we're gonna, some of the numbers, and et cetera, like that.
I think so, and I think, I think that was part of the concern, though, is that we started to kind of deviate from the direction that we've been heading down one road for several years. Last year, we kind of started to veer towards a different direction, and then before we really hit that fork in the road, we said, okay,
right,
where are we going?
What I recall from that last meeting was wanting clarity and just more information on the COP and just the cost of all.
And I think that's what we intend to provide to you, all that extra clarity, as much as we can.
I want to also mention that I was not in support of a COP, but in support of a bond measure that would be on the ballot in April. And so that needs to be part of the conversation as well. And if the bond fails, what's the plan B for providing the services that are expected, the amenities that are expected?
And I think that's where it gets kind of wonky, is like, a decision about financing bonds versus COPs. To me, that's very much a board conversation. That's not really a parks, open space, recreation, and trails conversation.
Right.
I think what we're looking at the port committee is, is this the right mix of amenities? Are the things that is this going to address the priorities that we have as a town, either through our master plans or survey documents? What's the best way to do that? Again, I'll use this as an example. I'm not saying this is part of the conversation we need to have, but we keep saying amphitheater, right? That was like number 3 on the list. Well, you can do an amphitheater at any park in town, right? So part of what my perspective is like the port committee's guidance should be like, here's where we think this makes the most sense and why. This is the scope and scale of the amenity. How we actually choose to execute that project from a funding and timing standpoint, I think that's a board decision, not a port committee decision, right? So I think what we'd be asking the port committee to really weigh in on is, okay, here's what we have. Is this the right mix of amenities? Is this the right list of priorities from your perspective? Whether they agree with town staff is irrelevant. Maybe we're all in alignment, maybe we're not, but we can come to you and say, port committee said these are the things we should be doing. These are the amenities we should be focused on. Here's where they think it should go. And then we can tell you, staff either agrees with that or not, and here's how we think we can get that done. And then you consider, is this the right way to make this happen? Does that make sense?
So where does that end up with the meeting they want?
That's up for you guys to decide, right? Or for us to decide. So are y'all comfortable with the very specific list of priorities from Port?
Yeah.
Or with those priorities in mind, do you want to set up a meeting? That is basically the two proposals that they.
I thought I kind of heard you said they spoke that they weren't sure they were heard. We want to make sure we give them the respect. If that's speaking to us face to face, then I think if that's important to them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be more efficient in some ways to just present it to you all at the same time.
Yeah.
You can take their feedback. It will be, 12 voices in a room or 14 voices in a room, so that can be a challenge. You can determine what level of input and feedback you want to give them in a joint session if you want to do it that way. It'd be easier just to present it to you all at the same time from my perspective, but I also think there's good reason that we don't set that as a precedent. Every time we need to make a decision, we got to have a joint meeting between a committee and the town board.
Is everybody's voice heard in that committee equally?
I don't think that is my responsibility. I think that is the committee chair's
Who's
responsibility.
the committee chair? Is that a town employee?
No.
That's one of the volunteers?
Yeah, she's the chair. All of our chairs are volunteers.
What is her name?
Lauren Roth, she's at the last meeting.
Right. I don't feel that is my purview.
What's your
to do
role
that.
in these? I'm not being critical. I'm Curious.
I'm the liaison. So I'm there to help provide extra information, to provide feedback on what kinds of things that they need to agree upon or discuss. And then I'm there to provide answers to questions that they may have about projects.
You do a great job.
Thank you. Right, I don't want to. It's the chair's, as far as my, I may be wrong, right? But I feel that it's the chair's decision how the conversation goes at the meeting. I am there as a liaison. I'm not a voting member, and I'm not dictating to them anything. I give suggestions,
Good.
but that's as far as I'm comfortable going.
So, how about we do quote-unquote joint session, a little preference to the board though. Then I think between now and then we can decide how much input to give them. Either they're just equally sat and they can ask unlimited questions, or the presentation is given to us and they can raise their hand unlimited times. But either way, we look at this as scheduling a meeting together, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we can schedule a work session for the town board to go over all these park issues, which I think is the right thing to do anyway. And then
So-
if you want to invite them, that's different than a joint meeting. I don't know that it really practically makes
It
any
isn't,
difference.
right. I
If you're
just wanna
gonna
say-
if you're gonna give them additional preference and time to speak, then you might as well just make it a joint meeting. I mean, I think
And we can have this
as we're
conversation
talking through it, I mean, it just kind of
I
makes
think
sense.
some of them
to
will
just do it.
understand this conversation too and say,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
we're just gonna talk about priorities, the money thing is a board thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But you would educate us before
Well,
that with everything we need
I'll educate you at the meeting with all of that
at the
information.
meeting.
And I'll provide it all, I'll
Okay.
provide everything in the packet
Okay.
that we intend to present.
Makes sense.
Would you like to look at doing that the week of November 4th, or 3rd, excuse me, that would be November 4th. That's a first Tuesday of November. Because I'm sure we can't get something scheduled for next Tuesday. Then you've got a regular board meeting the week after that.
Yep.
So the soonest we could probably do it is the 4th, if we want to stick to a Tuesday schedule, and that's pretty typical for our work sessions. Or
The 4th is election day.
true, so that's a unique challenge.
You wanna run for office?
Or we could do the 18th. That would be okay as well. Then we'd have meetings on the 11th, 18th, and 25th. Or excuse me, the 10th.
I'm fine with all those. I think election day is a good point, but by that time, I think all the polls will be closed anyway.
Oh,
Can we
yeah.
drop those ballots off here? The ones we just got in the mail?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I agree. Yeah, yeah.
Does anyone have a preference on those dates?
No, I'm fine with dates.
Okay, so let's just do the first, is that the 4th?
That's the 4th. So we'll work towards that date. If for some reason the committee says they can't do that, that would be the day before their normal meeting, so we'd be supplanting that. I think we would just say, hey, look, you're not going to have a meeting this month. We're just going to do this all with the town board on the 4th, on that Tuesday.
Makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if I should speak now, but it makes sense. I know the 4th is elect day, but it makes sense to present both of them at the same time. Maybe give them the 5th to then hash whatever they need to.
That's true. I mean, I suspect, I guess they could have a 5th meeting on the 5th too. We don't have to necessarily supplant that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so they could discuss and make their recommendations after we all hear that information, rather than spend the night, like you guys have talked about in May, you guys have kind of suggested that individually they come up and vet whatever is really getting them. When they see the new information all together, give them that board meeting to then provide some recommendations if they need to, because all the information, you guys are all set, and then come back to the board meeting and.
Who facilitates that?
Who facilitates what?
The meeting, the process, the people coming up. I'm just curious how that.
So the work session, Mayor Carspeck will run the meeting just like he always does. Town staff will provide all the presentation information. And actually, I we're all thinking out loud here. So sorry, this feels a little wonky, but it does make sense to me that at the work session, it would make a lot of sense for us for town staff to present all the information we have to both of you at the same time. You and the port committee ask as many questions as you can think of so we can refine that idea. Then you don't need to set priorities that night. This work session is an opportunity to get as much information and questions answered as we can. The port committee could then either, whether it's the next night or whether it's at their next meeting, they can then review all that information. They can consider a recommendation to you. And you guys will have all had that information. You'll have had a bunch of questions. You might agree with the recommendation or not, but everybody will be on the same page about exactly what it is we're talking about.
I think that's honestly ideal.
I think that's a good scenario. We're kind of skipping a step because we're in the midst of a whole bunch of stuff, and so instead of doing like, hey, let's present all the information, get questions and feedback and a direction from the port committee, we're saying let's just give everybody all the information at the same time. The focus of the work session will be asking questions, understanding the information, not necessarily debating whether or not we all agree on what the priorities are.
The funding and all that.
Yeah.
And then we'll take their recommendation for what it is.
That's right. And then you guys will make a decision about how we actually do that at your meetings.
Can we just set up some boundaries in advance for them? So, I mean, just some way of managing the meeting.
Yeah, that's I'll totally.
And the only reason I say that is because the last meeting, things went sideways.
How do you say?
Well, this just was the feedback I received from staff and members of the port committee, is that the meeting was prolonged by emotions and concerns that were lengthy. And so I just want to make sure we have some boundaries in place that say, yeah, everyone gets opportunity to share and it's going to be seen valued, but that we're able to be effective and do work.
Sure.
So maybe no public comment.
And from my perspective, I would suggest that we stick as much as we can to just questions. Let's ask as many questions as we can. We'll provide as many answers as we can. And then let the board committee go back, consider all that information, make a recommendation on their priorities and what they think makes sense to you. And then you can consider that with all the information we've provided and then set the priorities and direction at another meeting. Does that make sense? Or, I mean, you guys could debate all those priorities that night too if you
I mean, I feel
felt
like
so
if we're in
inclined
that
about
room,
it.
we should be having that discussion. Like if we're just asking questions and we're not having discussion, it feels like a waste of time.
I actually would like the information, and I'd like to feel the mellow on it though.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a big deal. So if you just get information and sitting sounds good, like this draft thing. You gotta make a decision tonight. I'd say no.
But banter a little bit, but just have some dialogue, right? Like,
Right.
everybody's position on it, right? That's still part of it.
Well, that helps me make a decision, right? Because
I
when I
think
hear
so.
all the different perspectives, then it makes a more well-rounded decision if I'm just,
Well, the object would be to not make a decision. So that's what. we're-
eventually, we're making a decision.
Yeah, at the following meeting, but that night would be just. I like the idea of just sticking to kind of questions. You guys, it's not.
Well,
my-
it'll take on life of its own to
It
some
will.
degree.
Yeah. It's a very meetings are dynamic. I'll do my best though, and yeah, I've never done this, but we can certainly just say not. I mean, there's no state requirement in public comment. Cool. Clear as mud.
So that would be like the only agenda item for that?
Yeah,
That'd
That's
be
a
it.
special meeting.
That'd be the
Perfect.
one and only
That's great.
agenda.
That's great.
We'll
Good.
work towards November 4th, it sounded like, even though that's election day. If for some reason
Tuesday?
the committee can't participate, or if there's some other reason that comes up, we'll let you know, but we'll start working towards that date.
Cool. Awesome.
I have a couple more things.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Trustee Albrecht?
I wish I didn't have a couple things, honestly. A couple quick things. I know I brought it up in email, so I just want to bring it up in public forum. If there's any way for our forestry staff to consider IDing ash trees on private property, if there is time allowance, then it makes sense for their staff to do that to the best of their ability within the areas that are known to have ash trees. It would be really great to notify citizens that they have an ash tree on the property instead of just that there's ash borer in the community. If there's opportunity for them to know, I think many of them would treat their trees had they known there were options or that they were susceptible. So something for staff to consider if it's within reason. All of the other communications that have gone out about it have been phenomenal. All of the efforts, the forestry team is so robust and so active. I'm so grateful that we've taken action in advance of this. And then Youth Advisory Commission met. We have a full board for the first time. So it's super cool. We have a lot of amazing kids. Like they're just chomping at the bit. So I think we're kind of in the place of getting them excited about Washington, D.C., getting them excited about advocacy. The biggest refinement we need right now is the way to present to them information pertaining to town meetings that's concise, because we have about 1 hour to have discussion on a Wednesday morning before school starts. So they really need a condensed version of what's happening in town so they could come ready and aimed with advice or counsel to provide to us. So if staff has any thoughts or creative solutions, maybe even like the the AI summary we've thrown around of our meetings so they can discuss that before our youth advisory meeting and come to me with stuff they want to bring back to the board. That would be super helpful. Something to think about. I did want to circle back to the group that brought the petition to us regarding the limit on two-story buildings on Mountain Avenue. That hasn't come back to us. I know there was some timeliness that we were talking about wanting to address that soon and have it come back to us as a board of what we can do, what options we might have to put some type of policy in place that, honors their request, but is also within reason. So I don't know if anything's been put together that's going to come back to us regarding that before the end of the year would be ideal so that we can, that was a significant portion of our population that turned out for that. So I want to make sure that we at least are having a discussion that continues that conversation.
I could just tell you really briefly, we don't have it scheduled for future calendar, but we have requested proposals from a couple of architects to do some perspective renderings of 2-3 story buildings along Mountain Avenue and kind of key spaces. I think it's important that everybody kind of sees what we're talking about. It's easy to kind of say it. It's not as easy to visualize it. And so we have a couple of those proposals back. I don't think that work will take very long, but we feel like that's just an important, hey, when we talk about this, let's look at it. What does this actually look like on Mountain Avenue? So I think it is reasonable to think we could get that in front of you before the end of the year. But
I think that would be important to honor their efforts and timeliness. So thank you. And then another thing, we brought up the bathroom use at parks and how they are either shut during daytime hours or locked, is what I mean. Do we have certain schedules for our bathrooms? It's a common, I get messages from moms all over the place. Why are the bathrooms locked on a Saturday at 5 o'clock when my kids want to play? Why are the bathrooms locked on a sunny day? Where do we go to the restroom? So I'm just curious why they're locked outside of nighttime hours and on the weekends.
Forgive me if I don't recall the discussion.
I think it was because I thought we had to close them because they weren't Four Seasons. Was that right?
Yeah, so in the wintertime, we do have some restrooms that can't be open. They get winterized. They're not insulated properly. We have automatic lock timers on our doors to open and close at certain times of the day. But they shouldn't be closed during the day during normal hours unless there was an issue with one, if it was broke, if it had been vandalized. And unfortunately, we get a lot of vandalism in our park restrooms. So, I could think of a handful of cases where we might have closed it because of something like that, but they should be open during the day. Actually, Jeremy's probably got a better answer than I do.
No, that's great. I was just going to follow up and say, if they are closed, I would think that they'd have temporary there if they weren't Four Season. If they were, we did have recent vandalism in the town park, so they may be closed, working on, it was quite extensive, so they're trying to maybe figure that out. I'm not saying they weren't closed or weren't open, but if they are closed, we would suggest a temporary one there so people can use the bathroom if they weren't Four Season. But if they are Four Season, you're right, we'll look into that.
Are they identified as which ones are open year-round or not year-round?
We could probably do.
When we shut them down, we put signs on them say they're closed for the winter, but
I see.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will you share the password to the community for all the locks?
No.
Always wondered that.
And then we did talk about the town park bathroom being renovated to be an all-season. Is that still in progress?
It's not actively in progress. It's on our list of, we have a very long list of what I would call minor capital projects.
Sure.
We have a new project manager. That's one that will be on the list.
I think those are my big ones. So thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. There is one more.
No, it's
I know. No,
it's Wednesday.
It's just because it came up tonight. I do think we need to either have this discussion tonight or next time, but there should be probably some type of policy that restricts family members from serving on committees at the same time that someone is on the board.
I agree.
I think we're seeing some conflict happen with that currently, and you know, this would impact me too. My kid wants to be on youth advisory someday, but I think it's more important that we have integrity and that we don't have favoritism than being able to have that. So I do think we can have that discussion probably at the next meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to have it. I disagree with you. That's important to have. Like I booted my parents off of I voted to boot my parents off of their own committee. So, I
So we
think
don't
there's
agree with
there's
you.
such thing as a nepotism, but also it actually I don't know if you politics if my parents were involved in it.
If it bleeds over,
I'd like to have that conversation.
that's the problem.
That is the problem. There is a problem. Trustee Wing.
Yeah, so, you know, we represent the whole town, and super minorities at these meetings have a very loud voice, and I just want to commend all of you for keeping that in mind in the way you act and the tough decisions, and I thought tonight played out really well. I mean, we had different opinions, and we voted differently. To me, that's democracy. That's the way the whole thing's supposed to work, so I thought it was a really good exercise. And again, you know, even the House discussion, you know, again, you seem to get passionate about it, and I thought you were spot on. No, I don't think so. I think that was great. And the other thing that comes out of there, whichever way people are leaning and whichever argument they're behind, well, you just still get a lot of comments. People love our town, and I think that's pretty special. That's pretty cool. And then the last thing is just today I was crossing the street, Main Street, Mountain View, at about 11 o'clock, and you know, we talk about traffic and business. I tell you, there was probably 40 cars that I had to wait for to go past. So we have healthy traffic. Our town is alive and vibrant, and there's still a lot going on. So that's encouraging. I just had to wait a long time, but I'm like, this is a nice problem to have. So anyhow, just comment on that. That's it.
All right. Just real quick, Trustee Wing and I attended. Trustee Hardy, my lord. I forgot you. No, you started it.
I started.
We did attend one though, you and I.
I did
Yeah,
my Tuesday
I
reports.
thought I ignored him. Sorry.
I did my Tuesday reports. I haven't done my Wednesday reports.
Okay. Trustee Wing and I attended that Lambert County Regional meeting that Christian sent out. I was really frustrated that we are not included in this regional homelessness study. It said Estes, Loveland, and Port Collins around there, and they're trying to call it regional. I think you did a fantastic job of bringing up great points.
Thanks.
I raised some too. Overall, it was just kind of disappointed with the meeting. It was nice seeing the other elected officials. The other presentation was on the Lambert County transportation tax. I forgot the percentage on that.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Attended a Biz West meeting this morning. So it's just a packed room in Tiffin at 7:30. Mayors, mayor pro tems, administrators, and some VIPs, Excel, whatnot. We're all in the same boat, no matter our size. And I think the takeaway from that was just concern about the economy and how do we plan for capital projects. And yeah, some of the projections of other communities already they're budgeting for a economic recession or be more conservative. I don't know if we've seen numbers, but Johnstown has certainly seen a decrease. So yeah, I don't know about that. And then we just talked about the problems with social media and how that can affect decisions. And I think Berthoud's very much going through that right now. That was a good meeting. On the NFR MPO meeting, I'll just say there's a lot going on that night, but I think Chrissy Bright is resigning. Chrissy met with her from the Orange Passenger Rail, and they are going to be opening up that spot for an executive director. Problems I think Berthoud has with the rail situation. I think Chrissy secretly was trying to work things behind the scenes, so it kind of sucks to lose her. And then also that rail funding through the oil and gas and the rental car fees is turning not producing as much as they thought. So maybe putting this on the 2026 ballot, they might even need a bigger ask or finding out other ways how to fund a rail. So I had 4, but that is it. I'll turn it over to staff.
Just a couple quick things. Just a reminder for those that RSVP'd, there is the TSD kind of joint meeting tomorrow. Takes place at 5 o'clock at the high school in the cafeteria. The meeting was noticed, so anybody that wants to participate. If you did an RSVP and you want to go and you can go, I'm sure the school district would love to have you join us. It's a very informal. You can eat my sandwich. It's no big deal. There's always extras. Just a reminder, because of Veterans Day, we will not have a meeting on the 11th. That's our normal Tuesday meeting, we'll have it on that Monday, the 10th. So we talked about that a couple weeks ago, so just want to reiterate that so that we're all keeping that in front of us, November 10th, that Monday instead of Tuesday. We have a cool new thing upstairs that you can't see because it's locked off right now, but if you have time to come by when that upstairs is open, the Historical Society did we call it a traveling historical display, but they hung pictures and some kind of historical explanations of Berthoud residents and some, stuff upstairs on the back wall behind the atrium. So we'll do a little social media post about it. I think it's scheduled to go out tomorrow or the day after. But that's part of our contract with the Historical Society. They do these kind of traveling history displays at town facilities. So they have one at Berthoud at the rec center in the lobby. Now they've got one here at Town Hall. So we wanted to get history out of the museum and out into the community a little bit. So starting with town facilities, that's kind of a fun deal. So they just finished that up today.
Cool. I love the one at the rec center.
Yeah, so it's similar. It's similar to that. It's got, anyway, it's cool. And then Trustee Albrecht mentioned the AI summaries. We actually have run some. We've created a couple of different sample AI podcasts that are 8 to 10 minutes long about what happened at the board meetings. The first one was actually really salty. The AI was super negative. So we wouldn't use one like that. There was another one that did a pretty good job of summarizing, but of course, it gets people's names wrong. And so the AI summaries, I think the technology is really close to being good. Yeah. We've done 2 or 3 different kind of samples, and none of them quite work where I'd be comfortable publishing them to the world. But it's getting close, so there's some cool technology out there. Anyway, that's it from me tonight.
And one thing on social media, there was something on you, and I was going to comment, and it was closed. It was closed off. It wouldn't let me.
Oh, it's still there.
No, but it wouldn't let. It said this is.
Oh, commenting was turned off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the admins did.
They just didn't want any more people.
I didn't know the heart to look. Yeah, that's what you're going through. Don't
That's
look.
fine. I looked. It's no big deal. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, you got some friends in the community, obviously. My sister was telling me about it.
I was really, I was heartened by the, by a lot of folks who defended me I've never even met before, which was nice.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
A reasonable man. Any other thing? Anything else? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn the meeting, everyone. Have a great Wednesday. Adjourn.